So, ladies and gentlemen, the first race of day 3 is underway with the B final of the PR1 Women's Single Sculls.
Signore e signori, ci siamo davvero. Inizia l'avventura di quest'ultima giornata alla Coppa del Mondo di Varese con la finale B del singolo PR1 femminile.
This is for places 7 through to 9 overall in the PR1 Women's Single Sculls. Remember, every athlete who takes part in these World Rowing events has a placing. So that's why we've had all the way down to F finals, in fact, this weekend. Let me give you the lineup then for this B final. It is just 3 athletes contesting those places 7, 8 and 9. In lane 1, representing Kenya, is Asaya Mohamed Sururu. In lane 2, from Sweden, Ebba Einarsson. And in lane 3, from Denmark, Jeanette Karina Lauritsen.
In questa finale B abbiamo solo 3 atlete che andranno a contendersi le piazze, comprese tra la 7ª e la 9ª assoluta in chiave internazionale per il ranking mondiale, l'occasione per poter andare subito a scoprire queste 3 formazioni con Kenya, Svezia e Danimarca. Ottima la partenza della Svezia, che al centro della scena si sta avvicinando ai 500 metri, cercando di far frullare molto bene la sua imbarcazione, giovanissima, classe 2000, allenata da un coach italiano, Marco Galeone, con una profonda esperienza anche nel mondo del para-rowing. Buona l'azione della Svezia davanti a Kenya e Danimarca per la seconda e terza piazza.
Of course, the PR1 Women's Single Sculls, one of several para-rowing events here at this World Cup weekend. And these 3 crews just missed out in the repechage yesterday to qualify for the A final. The quickest of these crews yesterday was the athlete from Sweden, Ebba Einarsson, and she has got off to a pretty good start here today as well. She and the others were beaten in the reps by Claire Gringeli of Switzerland and Eva Moll of the Netherlands, who we'll see in action later in the A final, which is going to be a really high quality field, joined also there by Nathalie Benoit of France, Birgit Skarstein of Norway, Israel's Samuel Moran, and from Ukraine, Anna Shermet. So that A final at 10:05 this morning will be, in fact, the first of our A finals. That will be one to really look out for. But in terms of the way this race is shaping up, they've just reached the 500-meter mark, and it is Ebba Einarsson of Sweden who leads the way, ahead of Sururu of Kenya, who's a little bit further back there, trailing by about 50 meters. So Einarsson opening up quite a gap at 500, and then further back from her is the Dane Jeanette Karina Lauritsen.
Ed è bellissimo vedere al centro della scena ancora la Svezia che sta allungando pericolosamente il suo margine di vantaggio davanti a Kenya e Danimarca, 2 minuti e 52 per il talento della Svezia. Leggevamo in un'intervista del Comitato Internazionale Paralimpico di questa storia meravigliosa dell'atleta keniota che appunto è riuscita a debuttare in chiave assoluta durante i Giochi Paralimpici di Tokyo. Ha iniziato la sua carriera nel 2021 con il supporto della famiglia e degli amici. Quello è stato fondamentale per riuscire a sdoganare il canottaggio paralimpico in Kenya con un grande obiettivo, quello di voler volare. Ed è stato così che è iniziata la sua carriera, la sua storia. A Varese gareggia per la seconda volta nella storia ad un evento internazionale. Non ha mai partecipato a un campionato del mondo, non ha mai partecipato a una Coppa del Mondo. L'unica gara di canottaggio internazionale che ha fatto sono stati i Giochi Paralimpici. Ed è bello quindi raccontare un po' anche questa storia, una storia del Kenya, una storia che è entrata nel cuore e che ora è lì per sognare in grande verso Parigi 2024.
Well, Sururu, who is currently in second place, competed at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo 2020. She says with luck and support from family and friends, she's now as a double amputee, learning to walk, and says that I wanted to fly on water just like other athletes, which I think is an absolutely super line. And that's what we've seen her do this weekend, and she's continuing to do it now. And in fact, Luca, the conditions here, I mean, it's like glass out there at the moment. There's barely any sort of ripples from the wind.
Perfect conditions here, best than the previous days. This is the best day of this comps, I have to say. We saw a lot of athletes smiling this morning. When you have glass water, means that you have got fair and perfect conditions. One of the aim of all of the athletes is competing in the best as possible, best capacity. And this lake today, Lake Varese, is offering another opportunity to all of our athletes competing in this such a great course. And thanks to all that clouds that are over there covering the Alps, Rob, I can start saying that these conditions will be for the entire day. So
Super.
We are not expecting wind today.
Great, fantastic. Because it was quite breezy yesterday. I tell you what we can also look forward to that we had yesterday, and that's our wonderful commentary from our team out on the water side. We've got Niamh Hayes from Ireland, who's a coastal rower. And further up the course, and with the athletes just passing by them now, is Rossano Galtarossa, an Olympic champion. And we've got Robert Trahan-Jones, also a champion of sorts. Robert, good morning.
Morning, Rob. Yes, welcome to finals day here at the Varese round of the World Cup. And the first race, well, it's just gone past us, this B final of the PR1 women's single sculls between Kenya, Sweden and Denmark. And I have to say the results from yesterday's repechage gave the game away a little, because Ebba Einarsson of Sweden was the fastest of these three on that occasion, ahead of Asiya Sururu, the newcomer from Kenya, in lane one, with another athlete making her international debut, Jeanette Lauridsen of Denmark, in third place. And those were the positions as they went past us. And let's see if we can get a word from Rossano now.
Buongiorno anche da parte mia, abbiamo appena visto transitare la finale B del singolo femminile PR1. A condurre con largo margine è Ebba Einarsson, atleta della Svezia, allenata tra l'altro da Marco Galeone, che è riuscita a creare divario tra lei e le dirette avversarie. All'acqua 1 l'atleta keniota Aisha Mohamed Sururu, e all'acqua 3 Karina Lauridsen per la Danimarca, che cercano di inseguire la battistrada.
Well, Einarsson had established a pretty substantial lead through the 1,000 metres. Niamh Hayes, has anything changed at 1,500?
Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be back here. And no, Robert, nothing has changed at all throughout this race. It is still Einarsson of Sweden. She's just passing me here. We saw her having very strong races over the last couple of days, and nothing has changed. In fact, it's amazing to see how her rate has changed throughout this. So she's actually dropped her rate, but maintained her speed here now into the last quarter of this race. So she is looking extremely comfortable now, looking back the course at the other two competitors. The three rowers here vying for 7th, 8th and 9th place in the PR1 women's singles sculls. So I think there's not enough water here for any drastic changes to happen in these positions. So Einarsson there leading it out ahead of Sururu of Kenya. She is over in lane 1 on the far side of the course. She's just passing me now at the 1,500 metre mark. As well, keeping that nice consistent speed up throughout the whole course here, looking quite comfortable as she passes. And then on the near side to me in lane 3, we have Lauridsen of Denmark. She is rating that little bit higher. She's up in the 40s now as she heads into the final quarter of her race. And I know we've spoken about over the weekend and how rowing is so accessible in terms of age, and Einarsson there in the middle of these three competitors in terms of lanes. She's just 23 years old compared to Lauridsen, who is 46. So it's amazing that there's such age ranges in the sport of rowing. But heading now into the last 200 metres, Rob, I don't think think there's going to be any change at this stage.
Thank you, Neve. No, I suspect you're right. I think that Ebba Einarsson has looked so strong from the outset. She was the quickest of all these athletes yesterday by some distance. Her time actually yesterday was 11:17:33. Let's see how that compares with today in actually what are flatter, gentler conditions. But here we can just see her now coming fully into view ahead of the grandstand. Be interesting to see what her time will be today. She's not being pushed, but she might well be pushing herself down towards the finish line.
Vedremo cosa succederà sul traguardo, se deciderà di sprintare l'atleta svedese che saldamente comanda questa prima finale di giornata che le garantirà la 7ª piazza mondiale a livello di ranking Coppa del Mondo, un vantaggio preziosissimo, sta cercando di allungare ancora, l'obiettivo ovviamente è quello di ricercare un riscatto nella finale B e perché no, ambire ad una finale A per la prossima competizione. Quindi senza variazioni Svezia, Kenya, poi Danimarca.
Well, I don't know how Ebba Einarsson is feeling right now, but she looks like she's out for a Sunday morning stroll. She's just about to win the B final of the PR1 women's single sculls. And there goes the hooter. Well done to her. Let's have a cheer and a round of applause for Einarsson. That's a terrific effort. She's left the others trailing in her wake. And in fact, the time, 11:35:04. So not pushing herself extra hard down there, but 2,000 meters on the water. Unless you've done it, you don't know how grueling that can be. So coming down now in second place is Asaya Mohammed Sururu of Kenya, who we've told you a little bit about. Gliding, flying across the water, which is what she wanted to do, and that's the image she creates now as she heads down towards the finish line to complete her regatta here in beautiful Varese on this wonderful lake surrounded by the mountains, which Luca mentioned a little bit earlier, and really gentle conditions. The flags on top of the clubhouse stirring a little bit, but not too much. So here's the hooter then for Sururu. Welcome home to her. So let's go to our second race now as our final athlete comes down towards the finish line here. It is the PR1 men's single sculls with Poland 2, Italy 2, Ukraine 2, Mexico, USA and Poland 1. So Poland got in with a few chances here. They're just coming up to, or just going through 600 meters right now. And in fact, I think the Poles trailing just a little bit behind Mexico's Munoz Malagon, who is just taking an early lead here ahead of Paolo Liehov of Ukraine. Andrew Mangan of the USA currently in third place as they go through the 750 meters.
Ed eccoci a avvicinarci in quelle che sono le prime parti del percorso, ancora nella frazione alta della regata, prima di avvicinarci ai 1000 metri. Un vantaggio importante sicuramente per Pavlov Liehov, l'atleta ucraino, insieme al messicano, poi gli Stati Uniti Andrew Mangan, poi l'italiano Massimo Spolon, che oggi rappresenta la nazionale italiana, ma di fatto anche l'intera comunità del Varesotto, perché è l'unico pararower convocato dalla contea dei laghi. Quindi Messico, Ucraina, Stati Uniti e Italia al passaggio quando ci avviciniamo ai 1000 metri.
Well, let's hand over to Robert at 1,000 meters, where it looks like the Ukrainian athlete might just be moving through the Mexican.
You're right, Rob. Yes, Munoz Malagon, who has held sway throughout the first 900 meters of this course, rating 39 strokes a minute, the highest of the 6 scullers on the water right now, has just been overhauled by the young Pavlo Liehov of Ukraine in the lane immediately to his left. And these two scullers going neck and neck as they approach the halfway mark. And such has been the pressure from these leaders that they've opened up quite a gap of clear water ahead of the 23-year-old American Andrew Mangan back in third position. And he in turn has about 2.5 lengths advantage ahead of Massimo Spolon of Italy.
Passaggio ai 1000 metri per questa finale B del singolo maschile PR1. Subito in testa l'atleta ucraino all'acqua 3, ma ben tallonato dal Michael Munoz, l'atleta messicano, nono ai Giochi Paralimpici di Tokyo 2021, quindi atleta con molta esperienza che, consapevole della lunghezza della gara, sta cercando a mio avviso di gestire lo sfogo iniziale dell'avversario. Comunque un bel testa a testa che rispecchia un pochino i tempi visti ieri nei ripescaggi. Vediamo anche regattare bene Massimo Spolon, il rappresentante italiano, in questa finale B, atleta del territorio che è arrivato quinto agli europei del 2021 nella specialità e sta cercando di mantenere un distacco interessante rispetto ai battistrada.
Well, this has been a finely judged race by the Ukrainian Leahov. He bided his time through the first half behind the experienced Mexican. Munoz Malagon, let's face it, he was the only one of these six to compete at the Tokyo Paralympics. Finished 11th place at last year's World Championships. But Leahov, at one of his first international appearances here, has cruised past him and is widening out that gap stroke by stroke, Niamh.
He is, absolutely. It was really nice to watch there. He was holding steady throughout the first 1K and then decided to up it, keeping the stroke rate that little bit lower than Munoz Malagon of Mexico, and was able to just take the lead. And he is just opening up the gap now as they come towards 1,400 meters. And as I say that, Munoz Malagon of Mexico has increased the speed ever so slightly of his boat now. So he is trying to come back at Leahov of Ukraine. So they're just coming up to the 1,500 meter window here now. These boats going for 7th to 12th place here in the PR1 men's single sculls. So I'm not too sure if there'll be enough space here for him to come back, because the Ukrainian has responded here now. He has increased rate ever so slightly, which is seeing a translation into his speed. He is looking comfortable here as he passes me. He's able to look back at Munoz Malagon some little bit anyway, so he can see if the Mexican sculler does make a move here now, he'll be able to respond. Just passing my window now as well in 3rd place at the moment is Andrew Mangan of USA, looking very smooth here. And then in 4th at the moment, it is Spolon of Italy too. So they're your top 4 boats at the moment, just coming up to the 1,600 meter mark. And then we have the 2 Polish scullers on either end. So we have lane 1 and lane 6 here now, and they are just coming up towards me at the 1,500 meter mark now. But the speed here out of Leahov of Ukraine is just going up. He's increased now his rate up to 37, and the speed of the boat is going up with him now as he goes into the last 200 meters of his race, Rob.
Thanks a lot, Niamh. I think, as Robert was saying earlier, Leahov seems to have timed this race absolutely to perfection. The Mexican rower is just a little bit far back now, about a 23, 24 meter gap in 2nd place, and then further back is Italy 2. That's Massimo Spolon. So looks like this should be the Ukrainians' race to win.
Ancora una volta Ucraina lì davanti, un'Ucraina oramai certa di voler portare a casa la vittoria di questa finale B. La finale B spesso rappresenta la finale del riscatto, è la piccola finale, la finale che va ad assegnare le piazze dalla 7ª alla 12ª nel ranking mondiale. Ed ecco, con un buon margine di vantaggio l'atleta ucraino davanti a Messico e Stati Uniti d'America per archiviare questa finale del singolo PR1 maschile, la finale B. Una finale importante nel cammino verso i giochi di Parigi, una finale che vedrà gli azzurri anche in gara nella corsa alle medaglie con il campione europeo in carica, Giacomo Perini. Intanto continua la corsa solitaria, quindi Ucraina, poi Messico e Stati Uniti.
So Leahov comes down towards the line. He's rating at about 38 strokes a minute, and that's about the same as his Mexican opponent. But Leahov takes the hooter to win this B final in the PR1 men's single sculls ahead of Munoz Malagon of Mexico. It's a really nice finish, this really tight race. All the athletes coming home together, certainly in this central bunch. as the next athlete comes through there. And glad to see his race over, I think. Andrew Mangan of the USA, and over on the far side in lane 2, Massimo Spurlon of Italy 2. On the course now is the B final of the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Ed ora sul campo di regata abbiamo la finale B del doppio mix PR2.
Here's the lineup with Uzbekistan in lane 1, Germany in lane 2, Mexico in lane 3, in lane 4, Brazil 1, and in lane 5, Hong Kong, China.
Iniziano a popolarsi anche le finali B con le corsie piene, corsie che permettono di andare ancora una volta a vedere grandi battaglie. Uzbekistan in corsia numero 1, Germania in acqua 2, Messico in acqua 3, Brasile in acqua 4, Hong Kong, China in acqua 5.
So the athletes now coming through 500 meters. I'm just trying to get an idea of their order at the moment. It looks like Brazil 1 has just moved into a lead here at through 500, with Mexico not far behind. Germany taking up 3rd place ahead of Uzbekistan and Hong Kong, China, but only 6 or 7 seconds separating the lead 3 boats here.
Ancora in testa il Brasile, un Brasile davvero aggressivo, l'avevamo visto anche durante le qualificazioni, poi rimasti fuori dalla finalissima per la corsa alle medaglie davvero per un pugno di secondi, ed ora il Brasile che cerca un riscatto con una formazione molto giovane. Ricordiamo classe 1995 Leandro Sagaz dos Santos, classe 1993 Jessica Guerra. Questo duo continua ad essere davanti, sono quasi 10 secondi di vantaggio.
So the Mexican boat, Miguel Nieto Carpio in the bow seat, and Angeles Guterres at stroke. Keeping up the pressure on Brazil 1 as Jessica Guerra and Leandro Sagas dos Santos. So as they head down towards now 800 meters, it's still Brazil being pushed by Mexico and Germany. Let's throw over to Robert Trahan-Jones.
Yes, you're right, Rob. If we look at yesterday's repechage times, Brazil, Guerra and Sagas dos Santos were far and away the fastest of these 5 doubles on that occasion, and that result being mirrored here in this B final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. Sagas dos Santos in the stroke seat, he was 7th placed in the world with his previous partner at last year's World Championships in the Czech Republic. He's going to match that result here in Varese if the situation remains unchanged. Good, nice, strong, even stroke at 34 strokes a minute, so one of the lower strokes of these in this particular race, but the power through the water is really telling in terms of boat speed, and they reach the halfway mark about 4 lengths clear of Mexico and Germany, who are absolutely neck and neck for 2nd place.
In questa finale B del doppio misto PR2 era prevedibile, vedendo l'esito dei recuperi di ieri, e trovare l'equipaggio brasiliano a condurre, ed effettivamente è così. Ieri questa accoppiata è rimasta fuori dal passaggio alla finale per veramente un'inezia, con un crono molto buono. Se fossero stati nell'altro recupero sicuramente si sarebbero qualificati per la finale A, e vediamo la loro azione molto efficace in questo momento. A passaggio dai 1000 metri è ampio il divario. Interessante però il confronto anche tra l'acqua 2 e l'acqua 3, l'equipaggio tedesco all'acqua 2 e l'equipaggio messicano all'acqua 3, che sono formazioni abbastanza allo stesso livello, quindi è un punta a punta tra di loro, velocità molto simili. Cambia un po' la frequenza, molto più alta quella dell'equipaggio messicano, più lungo, più disteso l'azione dell'equipaggio tedesco.
Well, this is an impressive performance from the Brazilian double. The lowest stroke rate, but the highest boat speed of any of the 5 doubles on the water right now. So the efficiency of the stroke is having the desired result as they move down towards Neve.
Yes, I can see the power coming out of the boat from here as I look out, and they pass the 1300 metre mark here. As you said, the rate is down at 33, lowest across the board here, but their speed is just phenomenal here. It hasn't dropped at all as they've come into the second half of this race. They are pulling away a lead now between 2 crews, which there is a great battle between at the moment, Germany and Mexico. It had been Mexico in that second position, but Germany now pushing on here. Much lower rate here. They're down at 33 compared to Mexico's 41 here. So Mexico are having to work pretty hard to try and stay in that second position here in this B final. But just looking out here at 1500 meter mark, the crew from Brazil still maintaining that 33, 34 strokes a minute, and the power is just coming off their blades here now as they head into their last 400 meters of this race. And then next in that second position now, the Germans seem to be moving a little bit now away from Mexico. They have increased their rate. They're gone up to 37, and it does mean that their boat speed has also increased, and they now have opened up 6 meters between themselves and Mexico. Mexico then still having to work quite hard. They were 9th at the World Championships last year, so they were having to work that little bit harder, keeping that rate high to maintain their boat speed. So these crews are going for places 7 through 11 here, but at the moment, as they head into their last 250 meters, it is Brazil from Germany and Mexico.
Yes, I'm enjoying watching this contest between Germany and Mexico for that 2nd and 3rd spot, or 8th and 9th, as Neve was explaining in the overall placings here in the PR2 mixed double sculls. But Brazil way out in front.
Un Brasile davvero scatenato, guardate che spettacolo in chiusura, ancora il vantaggio che cresce e si fa sempre più importante, sempre più imponente davanti alla Germania all'esterno, che cerca disperatamente di controllare gli attacchi del Messico. Quindi se per la prima posizione davvero senza indugio il Brasile si prepara a mettere la firma sotto il doppio PR2 mix, per la seconda e terza posizione la grande battaglia tra Germania e Messico, che vogliono a tutti i costi andare a prendersi l'8ª e 9ª piazza in chiave mondiale.
Well, just look at the action here from Guerra and Sagaz dos Santos in Brazil 1 as they come down to the line absolutely together. And that's a superb race from them. They've led pretty much right from the very beginning and opened up a terrific lead. But this is the battle. This is the bit of fun that we're having in this race, Germany and Mexico. I don't think Mexico are going to be able to make up enough water here. They are accelerating. They're putting up the rate, which is one heck of an effort at this stage in the race. The hoot you heard there was the German crew coming through in 2nd place, just 3/4 of a length ahead of Mexico. So that's it for the B finals in the para events, with all the boats now safely home down here at the finish line. Meanwhile, up at the other end of the course, we have the B final of the women's pair.
Abbiamo archiviato tutte le finali B riservate al settore para-rowing, è arrivato il momento di entrare nello spettacolo olimpico con le finali B per le posizioni dalla 7ª in poi, partendo come sempre dalla specialità che apre le danze, anche i giochi olimpici. Mi sta particolarmente a cuore, chi mi conosce bene lo sa, è il 2 senza femminile.
5 crews contesting this B final for places 7 through to 11. 5 crews because unfortunately Denmark had to withdraw because of a medical illness. So this is the lineup then. In lane 2 we have France 2, Great Britain 2 are in lane 3 with China 2 in lane 4. In lane 5 it's France 1 and in lane 6 China 1.
In questa finale B purtroppo la Danimarca in corsia numero 1 ha dovuto rinunciare alla corsa. Problemi medici questa mattina hanno imposto il ritiro della formazione. Sono rimaste quindi 5 imbarcazioni in gara. In acqua 2 Francia, in acqua 3 la Gran Bretagna con l'equipaggio B, possiamo dire così. Poi la Cina in acqua 4, Francia in acqua 5 e Cina in acqua numero 6. Dopo la partenza subito veloce, fuori dai blocchi, la formazione francese in acqua 5 che sta cercando di fuggire via davanti a tutte le altre formazioni in gara. Francia quindi che cerca il giusto giro, ma attenzione perché al passaggio dei primi 500 metri la Gran Bretagna è molto vicina.
So France 1 and Great Britain pretty much side by side through the 500-meter mark. France 2 not far behind either, so we've got a bit of a Great Britain sandwich. We've talked about these sandwiches, haven't we, on day 1? A Great Britain sandwich, what do you think that might be?
Avocado and...
No.
Oh, that's more Australian, I think.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that might be more Italian, European, but I think ham.
Ham?
Yeah, if you eat meat. Otherwise, maybe it could be maybe cucumber.
Yeah, but we can't forget to put some mayonnaise on top.
It depends on the diet, doesn't it? But look, let's get back to the business in hand. Robert will probably have his own views on the Great Britain sandwich as they come down to 800 metres, Robert?
I was going to say cheese and pickle, actually.
Quite right. Good. Traditional.
Yep,
well
good.
done.
Okay. Anyway, back to the matter in hand. Emma Cornelis and Agatha Uday for France leading this B final of the women's pairs through the second quarter. Marginally ahead of Natasha Morris and Andy Campbell-Ord, the two Leander athletes representing Great Britain in lane 3. Interesting, looking at yesterday's semi-final times, just 2 seconds separated the British and French pairs on that occasion, but GB proved the faster, so Cornelis and Uday have reversed that result as we move through the halfway mark, but Morris and Campbell-Ord are having nothing of that and are coming back into contention, and the two crews cross the halfway mark absolutely level ahead of France 2, Cornu d'Anjou and Brosse, and then we've got the two Chinese crews. So the French and Chinese selectors are going to have an absolute field day taking their athletes home and deciding how to progress through the season. France and Great Britain lead.
Di fronte alla nostra postazione questa finale B sembra quasi suddivisa in 2 gare. Francia 1 e Gran Bretagna si stanno contendendo la leadership e con il sorpasso della Gran Bretagna proprio al passaggio alla boa dei 1000 metri, un pochino staccate gli altri 3 equipaggi. In questa finale B abbiamo 2 formazioni della Francia e 2 formazioni della Cina, oltre, come già detto, all'equipaggio della Gran Bretagna che in questo momento sta conducendo per una prua di vantaggio sulla Francia 1 con Emma Cornelis e Agatha Uday.
Well, the GB pair have kicked in hard. They've taken the rate up. They took it up to 36. France have suddenly realised that they need to react. They take theirs up to 36, but they can't match the boat speed of the British pair, who are widening that gap as they move down to 1500.
Absolutely, just opening up the gap here now, but the French are trying to respond here. They've matched their boat speed now, but it is the boat in the middle of the course, China too, who are the fastest moving boat out there at the moment. They are about 36, 37 metres back from GB, the leaders, but let's see if they can do anything special here now as they head into the final quarter of the race. So boats just approaching me here now at 1500 meters. It's amazing to see all 5 crews really very close between each other, but at the moment it is still Great Britain 2 here leading it out, but the French crew here working really hard just to try and stay within that touching distance of them, but it is Great Britain 2 who are much faster than them out here. Then that third position, very hard to call at the moment. It is currently now China 1 who have moved in to that third position over France 2 and China 2, who are completely even now as they head into the last 300 meters of this race. These crews, they are vying for the 7th to 11th places here now, so let's see what's going to happen. But at the moment it is Great Britain, but again the 2 Chinese crews have really kicked things up here now, and we're seeing their speed shoot up into the last few hundred meters of this race.
Yes, Great Britain looking very strong, very solid, but they are being challenged all the way down to the line, of course. France won, and the Chinese boat certainly in their sights at the moment as they head down to the final stages here.
Guardate che bella una gara nella gara con 2 formazioni francesi, 2 formazioni della Cina e la Gran Bretagna lì davanti a fare l'andatura. Quest'anno l'importante è qualificare, e nel 2 senza femminile le posizioni per la qualifica ai Giochi di Parigi sono cresciute drasticamente, e quindi non è più l'old fashion delle 7 piazze, la possibilità di essere grandi protagonisti anche in finale B. Lo fa bene la Gran Bretagna lì davanti alla Francia.
I think first place is settled, second place probably as well, but third, that's going to be tough to call. There's Great Britain crossing the line, a length and a half ahead of France 1 in second, and third place is going to go to the crew from China 1 here in lane 6. What a superb race here in the women's pair B final for places 7 through to 11. Great Britain take it ahead of France 1, and then third place I had down as China 1, just waiting for confirmation of that. I think that should come any moment now. Indeed it has. Great Britain 2, France 1, People's Republic of China 1, the 1, 2, 3 in the B final of the women's pair. The B-final of the men's pair making its way very rapidly down the course, with Italy, Poland, USA 2, Denmark, Germany 1 and China 1. Robert, this looks like another really close race.
Mortensen of Denmark turning around a 4-second deficit behind the Americans yesterday's semi-final. They are leading by the narrowest possible margin ahead of Pozilaika and Szpakowski of Poland in second position. Then I think it's Metzger and Christ of Germany, followed by Andrew Gard and Oliver Bubb of the USA. Over on the far side, Comini and Vicino of Italy fifth, ahead of China in sixth place.
Bellissima questa finale B del 2 senza maschile, al passaggio a metà percorso. Il lotto dei concorrenti è tutto ancora raggruppato, con l'equipaggio danese all'acqua 4 che cerca di mantenere la testa, ma ormai è affiancato dall'equipaggio polacco all'acqua 2 che cerca di mettere la propria prua avanti. Veramente tutti ancora molto vicini, anche i nostri azzurri all'acqua 1, il plurimedagliato olimpico Giuseppe Vicino con il giovane Davide Comini cercano di mantenere il contatto con gli avversari, perché è veramente interessante questa finale B del 2 senza.
Well, just to give you some idea of how tight it was at the halfway mark, less than 2 seconds separated all 6 pairs at the 1,000 meters, but it's all changed again. Things were so tight. Pozilaika and Szpakowski took a lead just for a few seconds. Then Valberg and Mortensen were back in charge. Now it's Poland again. It's real nip and tuck stuff now as they move rapidly up to 1,500.
blink and you would miss them here at the 1500 meter race. This is incredible stuff at the moment as they are passing out my window. It is the crew from Poland who are leading it out ever so slightly ahead of USA 2 and Denmark. Absolutely nothing separating these three crews here, and still within touching distance is Germany and China too. So they're all gone through that 1500 meter mark. Italy still in there as well. But at the moment, it is Poland from USA 2 and Denmark, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Neve. I can't believe how close this race is. If you're looking down from above, it's almost a straight line at around 1600. Less than 4 seconds now separating all six crews, with Poland from the USA 2 and Denmark in third.
Ed ecco quindi ancora l'aggancio deciso in questa finale B che di fatto segna la corsa per andare ad assegnare le piazze dalla settima alla dodicesima in chiave assoluta, con i colori della Cina prova a fuggir via in un lancio veloce in acqua numero 6, la formazione che di fatto accarezza le rive della Schiranna. Una scelta strategica abbastanza coraggiosa, quella della Cina, che all'esterno da outsider prova a rientrare, ma al centro della scena gli Stati Uniti d'America non vogliono lasciare nulla di intentato. L'Italia in questo momento è ultima, Naspa là dietro cerca di rinvenire con Comini vicino, ma oramai la corsa solitaria degli Stati Uniti d'America fa presagire un arrivo completamente diverso. Stati Uniti, poi la Polonia per le prime due posizioni della finale B2 senza maschile.
Poland still leading the way as they come down to the finish line. This is such a high-quality race, so close in this B final. As they come down to the line, it's Poland taking it just in first place, ahead of, where we go, USA. I apologize, USA ahead of Poland. Great finish from the USA 2 team there of Gard and Bub. Poland coming home in second, and Germany won in third in a fabulously closely contested B final in the men's pair. Let's see what excitement we'll get with the B final of the women's double sculls.
Ed ora andiamo a seguire cosa succederà con la finale B del doppio femminile.
Switzerland won in lane 1 with Canada in 2, Germany lane 3, Italy in lane 4, Great Britain in lane 5, and Poland in lane 6. Robert, this has a very similar look to the last race.
It's so tight. Well, I've got Leonie Menzel and Marin Wirtz for Germany marginally in the lead through the second quarter, but hard on their heels. Salome Ulrich and Sophia Meakin for Switzerland over there on the far side. Then in third position, well, that's the Italians, Stefania Butignon and Clara Guerra. But they are within about a canvas of each other. That's the 1, 2, 3. Also the British want to be part of the action. Saskia Budget and Lucy Glover on the grandstand side in 5. But it is so close. Menzel and Wiltz, though, the classic fashion, trying to establish a lead and leave the tail enders to fight it out for them, but they're not being allowed to break away. But it's Germany by half a length at the halfway mark.
Finale B del doppio femminile con l'equipaggio tedesco all'acqua 3, Menzel e Volz che cercano di scappare avanti, tallonate vicinissime dal Canada e dalla Svizzera, rispettivamente all'acqua 2 e all'acqua 1. Abbiamo all'acqua 4 il nostro doppio azzurro con Stefania Buttignone e Clara Guerra, ottave gli europei di Bled. Hanno invertito la formazione mettendo Stefania a capovoga, stanno cercando di sperimentare il direttore tecnico e il suo staff per trovare la formazione migliore, cercano di rimanere agganciate le azzurre, ma è sempre l'equipaggio tedesco a far l'andatura.
Well, the Italians were the fastest of these 6 doubles in yesterday's semi-finals, but the Germans have reversed that result right now. They were giving away a 6-second deficit from yesterday's race, but are cruising now and beginning to pull out a further margin ahead of second place Switzerland, Neve.
Yes, this is really impressive out of the Germans there in lane 3. They're boat speed, they're fastest boat on the course there now, and they're not letting up now as they head in to their final 700 metres or so of this race. So it is the Germans leading it out, but then for those second and third places, it is anyone's race at the moment. As they are coming through the 1400 metres, it is between Switzerland and Canada. Over on the far side in lanes 1 and 2, Great Britain still very much in it, as are Italy, and it is maybe Poland who have fallen back ever so slightly here. They're in lane 6 closest to me here now. But it is Germany still maintaining that boat speed as they come up and pass that 1500 metre mark. Now the Italians are starting to go here. They've matched their speed here. Up their rate there, up at 38. So let's see if they can move up through the field here now. But Switzerland and Canada, great battle in lane 1 and 2 there, matching each other for rate and speed here. If anyone, I think it is Canada who might just be ever so slightly ahead, and Great Britain still very much in there now. They've upped their speed here now as well. They are now moving into that third position. I actually can't keep up here. They keep changing positions. But all about Germany here now. I'm not sure if there'll be anybody catching them. But as I hand over, it is Germany 1, Canada just about in second, with Great Britain in that third spot, Rob.
Just the kind of race we love to watch, isn't it, Niamh? And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's very difficult to check what's happening further back in the field. I think Germany may have just got control of this. Probably we know that Poland have dropped out of being a contender for the higher placings, but goodness me, what a race through 1,800 meters. It's still Germany, but not by much.
Germania ancora lì davanti, ma attenzione perché in quest'ultima parte di gara si vuole riscatto. Svizzera, Canada, Italia fuori per pochissimo. Preparatevi perché normalmente Stefania Boutignon, la capovoga, insieme a Clara Guerra vanno in fuorigiri, ed eccolo qua, lo fanno ancora. Vanno oltre 40 colpi al minuto, passando dal quarto posto al secondo. Tentano addirittura il colpaccio per passare davanti. Occhio all'Italia.
Goodness me, I've got to call this. This isn't going to be easy. It's Germany, though. That's easy. First place, they take by length ahead of Canada over in lane 2. I mean, Luca, can you help me with third place? Did you see? I mean, they were just crossing the line together, side by side. But definitely Germany and Canada in second. That's how I saw it. No, wrong. Germany, Italy in second. I do beg my host's pardon. And Canada in third. What a fabulous B-final in the women's double sculls.
Ve l'avevo promesso, il rullo compressore con Stefania Boutignon e Clara Guerra, passate dal quinto al secondo posto. Quindi Germania, Italia e Canada. Che gara, mamma mia!
Mamma mia, indeed. It's the B final now of the women's double sculls. They are rattling down the course here. Switzerland, oh, sorry, no, it's the men's double sculls. Goodness me, it's all happening so fast. Great Britain, Poland, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Indonesia. Robert, I mean, here we go again. Virtually a straight line as they pass you.
Yes, but Great Britain leading the way. Aidan Thompson, the Twickenham Bay sculler, in the bow seat with the experienced John Collins at stroke. They've got half a length ahead of the rest of the field. Behind them, Wieling and Salverde, the Netherlands double, who were the fastest of these 6 in yesterday's semi-final. Then Richter and Nerud of Sweden, with Poland's Kasparek and Litka in fourth.
Equipaggio inglese all'acqua 5 con il capovoga quarto ai Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo a condurre questa finale B del doppio maschile, tallonato dall'acqua 4 l'equipaggio olandese e subito a ridosso pure la Svezia all'acqua 3. Questo è il passaggio ai 1000 metri di una finale B del doppio maschile che comunque sta facendo divertire chi segue le nostre gare.
Collins and Thompson pushing the boat away, 35 strokes a minute, but the Swedes suddenly woken up to the fact that they are being dropped off the stern end of this pack. Third place is not where they want to be. They've upped the rate to try and come back on that British lead, but GB maintain the advantage, Niamh.
They certainly do, just coming up to 1400 metres there. The boat from Sweden definitely matching the speed of Great Britain, but Great Britain just so consistent here. They're just not dropping anything. They're just not dropping their speed whatsoever. They're just coming up to my window now. They are looking quite good, quite comfortable. I'm not sure if there'll be any catching them. In fact, the speed of the Swedish boat has dropped ever so slightly here. So at the moment, Great Britain just opening up the lead that they have now across the rest of the field. So Great Britain still leading it out ahead of Sweden. At the moment, it is the boat from Netherlands who are in that third spot, just ahead of Poland in lane 6. Then over on the outside we have Norway, and still very much within touching distance as well are Indonesia. But at the moment, Great Britain looking so good here, still maintaining that speed, fastest moving boat out there. So they are just opening up that gap that they have over Sweden. Sweden very much trying to work hard here, trying to increase that speed ever so slightly. And at the moment, it is Netherlands now in that third position over Poland, Rob.
Yeah, it's looking good for Great Britain here. It's another super race. It's really close. Great to see the Indonesians here. They've put out quite a few boats here at this regatta, and they've looked so impressive. So good to see them here. Iram and Mimo in the Indonesian boat. But out in front, it's Great Britain from Sweden and the Netherlands.
Gran Bretagna lì davanti, ancora la Gran Bretagna dopo la vittoria del 2 senza femminile. Vogliono vincere ancora, ma attenzione perché all'esterno attacca la Svezia che sta crescendo vertiginosamente sotto la guida di Marco Galeone, all'attacco della Gran Bretagna.
Great Britain coming down to the line. Aidan Thompson and John Collins, they're having a very good look at the Swedes across over in lane 3. That's Great Britain take first place. It is Sweden for second. It's going to be very tight for third, and I think it's just taken by the Netherlands. So Great Britain first, Sweden second, Netherlands third in the B final of the men's double sculls. On the water now is the B final of the women's 4.
Ed ora sul campo di regata abbiamo la finale B del 4 senza femminile.
We have Japan, Italy, Poland, Canada 1, Great Britain 2 and China 2 contesting this one. Looks like there might be a slight lead for Canada as they go through the about 700 meter mark here. But again, we've got another great race on our hands here. Italy challenging all the way, Poland not far behind them. Let's hand over to Robert.
Yes, Canada leading the way home, as you might expect, because these are 4 highly experienced athletes. Avalon Westernays and Kasia Grzelewski in the 2 and 3 seats, Olympic champions in the Canadian boat 2 years ago in Tokyo. They're in the engine room helping to drive this boat along and maintain this slight advantage ahead of the local girls from Italy out of the European bronze medal 8. And let's not forget that both the Canadians and the British boats in this race, we'll see them racing again in 4 hours' time in the women's 8s final, because all 3 crews in that the 8s final are doubling up in the 4s. But it is the Canadians who are leading by about 2/3 of the length up on Italy at the halfway mark.
Finale B del 4 senza femminile con l'equipaggio canadese a condurre con una barca di vantaggio, una barca intera sull'equipaggio azzurro all'acqua 2, Giorgia Pelacchi, Linda De Filippis, Alice Codato e Veronica Bumbaca, terze nell'8 agli europei di Bled, e qui nel 4 senza a tentare di insidiare atlete esperte della specialità. È sempre il Canada a condurre, ma bella l'azione dell'Italia in questo momento seconda.
Well, Canada maintaining the advantage ahead of Italy as the second quarter opens up, and there's a real tussle for the minor placings here. Great Britain, Poland and the second Chinese boat all in there with a shout, but no doubt about the leaders. Canada cruising away, Neve.
They absolutely are. They were the fastest moving boat out there. Italy did seem to put on the power there now as they passed 1,200 metres to match the boat speed. They have gone a little bit down now again. So Canada now leading out, opening up the gap between themselves and Italy, who are in that second spot. Great Britain looking good here now as well. They've upped their power here now as well. We're seeing them trying to get away from the Polish crew, who are just within touching distance of them. Japan over on the far side then very much still in contention here, as well as China too. So close here. It's amazing to see all 6 boats passing me here together at the 1,500 metre mark. So Canada for the first time kind of dropping their speed ever so slightly, but I know as soon as they see the final 500 metres to go, they're going to up it here now again. Italians looking very strong, up at that 38 strokes per minute. I'm not sure if they'll have enough space here now to catch the Canadians in this B final of the women's 4. But let's see what happens. And in that third position, it is still Great Britain hanging in there, and a great battle then between Japan and Poland. And we're seeing Japan actually move up through the field now. They really kicked up a gear into their last quarter of the race. They're trying to come for Great Britain now to take that third spot, but at the moment it is Canada from Italy who are really going for it here, upping their rate, and Great Britain too in that third spot.
A great race coming in from further down the field there with Japanese and the Polish crew in particular, but it's Canada out in front from Italy and Great Britain.
Ancora una gara del riscatto, questa finale B che vede al centro della scena sempre il Canada a fare l'andatura, ma lì per la seconda piazza c'è l'Italia davanti al colosso della Gran Bretagna, che addirittura perde la direzione, sbatte sulle boe, perché l'obiettivo è quello di andare ancora una volta a riprendere le azzurre, che saldamente sono seconde e vogliono portare a casa l'ottava piazza assoluta durante questa kermesse. Ancora la schiranna di Varese, quindi davanti Canada, poi l'Italia.
That Japanese crew are moving up quickly here, but coming down to the line, it's going to be Canada who take it, a length ahead of Italy in second place. Can Great Britain hold on to third? They just can, to fight off that challenge from Japan over in lane 1. Great effort from Japan, just left it too late. So it's Canada 1 in first, Italy in second, Great Britain 2 in third in the B final of the women's 4. Next we have the B final of the men's 4.
La prossima in agenda è la finale B del 4 senza maschile.
Italy 1 in lane 1, Poland lane 2, Germany in 3, Switzerland 1 in lane 4, France 2 in lane 5, China 2 in lane 6. My goodness me, this is going to be a good one. I think Switzerland 1 just have it as they go through 800 metres, Robert.
Yeah, Switzerland were the fastest of these 6 in yesterday's semi-final, just some 4 seconds or so faster than the Germans, who've drawn the favoured centre lane alongside the Swiss. They're in 3 and 4, and those positions being reflected here in this B final as the crews approach the halfway mark. Switzerland with an advantage, well, it works out to about a third of a length now, as the Germans in their green-hulled boat desperately trying to play catch-up. Germany in turn have about a 1 length advantage ahead of Poland and Italy, who are level for third. They're followed by France 2 and China 2.
Al passaggio ai 1000 metri della finale B del 4 senza maschile abbiamo l'equipaggio svizzero già vincitore alla prima prova di Coppa del Mondo di Zagabria, che conduce ma è tallonato da vicino dalla Germania all'acqua 3, Germania che ha riportato 3/4 dell'equipaggio settimo ai campionati europei con un nuovo inserimento. Vediamo in terza posizione che tentano di non farsi sganciare gli azzurri, con i gemelli Marco e Luca vicino, Salvatore Monfrecolo e Annunzio di Colandrea, che stanno disputando una bella prova. Ieri sono entrati in finale B con il quinto tempo, ma stanno oggi regattando molto bene.
Well, Switzerland shaking off the German challenge now as the third quarter unfolds. I've got a sneaking suspicion the Swiss will, in fact, have been disappointed not to make the A final, just like they did in the European Championship 3 weeks ago. They finished in 6th place on that occasion, but 7th overall is the best they can manage if they stay in the lead, Neve.
It's certainly looking like they will at the moment. They kicked it up there as they passed 1,300 meters, but we're seeing the Germans going for it now as they come outside my window at 1,500 meters. They really gave a nice push there to match and in fact increase the speed from Switzerland, but Switzerland are in a good position because they can see when the Germans are responding, and in turn they responded as well there. So at the moment it is still Switzerland in that first position ahead of Germany, but it is the battle for the third spot is the one to watch as they come towards the grandstand here now. At the moment it is France 2 just ahead of Poland, who are just ahead of Italy here now. The Italians and the Polish up at 41 strokes per minute here. Oh, they're all going for it, but France too are just responding well in terms of their speed now. They're in fact the fastest moving boat out there at the moment. So as they come into the last 200, it is Switzerland from Germany and France too.
Thank you, Neve. And the cowbells are ringing with the Swiss coming down in the lead in this B final of the men's for Switzerland, Germany, France 2, Poland. Anybody's race this.
Fuori dalla finalissima per una manciata di decimi, ed ora lì davanti a dominare è la Svizzera con questa neonata formazione. 10 giorni fa la nascita di questo 4 senza che suona la più bella sinfonia davanti alla Germania e la Francia per le prime 3 piazze: Svizzera, Germania, Francia.
Switzerland come down, they'll take it from Germany in lane 3 by a length and a quarter. Then second place, France burst through to hold on to that third place in the B final of the men's for Switzerland, Germany and France too is the 1, 2, 3 in the B final of the men's 4. Next we have the B final of the women's single sculls.
Abbiamo ora la finale B del singolo femminile.
In lane 1, Japan, Yonakawa. In lane 2 for Spain, Diaz Rivas. In lane 3 for Great Britain, it's Cara Edwards. Zhu in China 2. In lane 4, we've got Nika Johanna Vos for the Netherlands in 5, and Marta Velicko of Poland in lane 6. Through 500 meters and approaching 600 meters. There's very, very little in this one.
Un vantaggio straordinario, un vantaggio che riesce ancora una volta a premiare il Giappone, che in barca corta sta cercando di costruire un'ottima base di partenza. Giappone, Cina, poi la Gran Bretagna che ha messo in singolo la riserva della squadra femminile, perché appunto in questa specialità, il singolo femminile, è più facile qualificare. Sono 9 le piazze per la partecipazione ai Giochi Olimpici al primo round, i pass che vengono assegnati durante il campionato del mondo di quest'anno in programma a Belgrado. Una gara che vede quindi Giappone davanti, poi Cina e Gran Bretagna. But let's hear all the updates from our great colleagues at the 1,000-meter mark. Robert, over to you.
Yeah, Yonika Shiho of Japan leading this race at the moment as they move through 900 meters. Dangerous tactics from the Japanese sculler, who finished down the rankings in 15th place overall in the world last year. I've seen her go hard off the blocks like this, and I would hate to think that she's going to blow up like she did in a heat that forced her through into the repechage. So a brave performance so far from the athlete who qualified for the Tokyo Olympics, but the quota system meant that she was unable to stake that claim that place in the women's single sculls on that occasion. The best of the rest, Virginia Diaz-Rivas, who took gold at Zagreb 6 weeks ago. She's there by a whisker, ahead of Kyra Edwards of Nottingham Rowing Club, representing Great Britain, who in turn has a whisker on Zhu Hong of China. Bringing up the rear, Nico Vos of the Netherlands, level with Marta Wilicko of Poland.
Veramente intenso il livello di questa finale B del singolo femminile. Abbiamo visto il Giappone, l'atleta all'acqua 1, partire molto forte per cercare di mettersi davanti, ma sono 4 le singoliste in questo momento allineate. È interessante cercare di vedere la prestazione dell'atleta cinese Hong Zhong in acqua 4, che ieri è rimasta fuori dalla finalissima per 2 centesimi nella semifinale vinta dalla sua collega di nazionale. E una prestazione incredibile per questa atleta giovanissima che compirà 17 anni fra un mese, e lì a ridosso ovviamente non demorde Virginia Diaz-Rivas, l'esperta singolista spagnola che ha vinto la prima prova di Coppa del Mondo a Zagabria, e come pure Kyra Edwards, la rappresentante della nazionale inglese all'acqua 3.
Well, the Spanish athlete is trying so hard to overhaul the Japanese competitor. Diaz-Rivas is pushing on so hard. She's got the higher boat speed, but at a lower rate of striking. Time and again, she gets her bow ball in front. Time and again, Yonekawa fights back. But I think on this occasion, the Spanish athlete is beginning to move away and taking Kyra Edwards with her. That's the trio. All the action happening on the far side of the course now as the scullers move down to 1500.
Yes, I think Kyra Edwards there of Great Britain is the one to watch in this one. She really kicked up there now, increasing her speed, but I think Diaz-Rivas there of Spain saw the challenge that was coming for her and has upped it also. So both of those now, even as they pass me at the 1500 metre mark, but it does look like Edwards of Great Britain just has a little bit more in her at this stage of the race, but there is still 400 metres to go, so it is anyone's at the moment. So at the moment, Edwards now, after moving into the lead for the first time here now, Diaz-Rivas doing her best to try and stay there within touching distance of her. Then Yonekawa of Japan holding on to that third position now. Then in the back of the field, we are seeing China 2 there in that fourth position as well, working hard here, followed in by Poland and Netherlands. But Kyra Edwards of Great Britain has gone for it here now. She is up to 37 strokes per minute. Speed has gone up in the boat. She's starting to pull away ever so slightly from Diaz-Rivas of Spain, but she is responding. Anytime she responds, Kyra Edwards responds. So this is a phenomenal finish to this race, Rob.
Isn't it just? I mean, they really are bow ball to bow ball, these two. Who's going to be able to keep going? Who's going to be able to push their bow ball through the line first? It's a really close one, this. And Japan, Yonekawa is very much in the mix here too.
Finali B che potrebbero tranquillamente essere interpretati come finalissime assolute per la caccia alle medaglie. Guardate che spettacolo, Gran Bretagna che cerca in tutti i modi di portarsi davanti alla Spagna per la terza posizione, la lotta aperta tra Cina e Giappone in una marcia trionfale verso il traguardo. Gran Bretagna e poi la Spagna.
Oh, this is really good racing, this, from Diaz-Rivas and Kyra Edwards of Great Britain coming down to the line. Kyra Edwards just pushes through. It's Kyra Edwards of Great Britain who takes it by half a canvas from Diaz-Rivas in second place. Yonekawa of Japan third in a thrilling B final of the women's single sculls. It's Great Britain's Kyra Edwards takes first, Spain's Diaz-Rivas second, Yonekawa of Japan in third. B final of the men's single sculls already at the halfway stage. I'll just hand straight over to you, Robert.
Thanks very much, Rob. Piotr Plominski of Poland leading the six-boat B final of the men's single sculls. marginally ahead of Petevari Molnar Bendegush of Hungary on the grandstand side in lane 6. Then in third place, we've got the early leader, Lucas Vertain Ferreira of Brazil, ahead of David Mumolo, the Italian athlete who was the fastest of these 6 in yesterday's semi-final. 5th currently Wieboud Wurstenburg of the Netherlands, and 6th Quentin Antonielli of Monaco.
Piotr Polimski per la Polonia, l'acqua 5, passa primo ai 1000 metri in questa finale B del singolo maschile, tutti allineati gli altri 5 contendenti, tra i quali c'è anche il nostro Davide Mumolo, che ieri per 2 soli centesimi, dopo un finale incandescente, non è riuscito a centrare la finalissima. Ha dimostrato comunque un rush finale furioso e quindi ci aspettiamo anche oggi un'azione simile. In questo momento è in terza posizione, ma affiancato dagli altri colleghi della finale B. Ottima la sua prova in questo momento, auspichiamo un gran finale che faccia scaldare anche la tribuna qui a Varese.
Well, Plominski maintaining the advantage here inside the third quarter. He's having to work for it. Got the highest rate of striking of any of these 6 scullers. I've got him at 37 strokes a minute, and that's being translated into boat speed. But David Mumolo beginning to move his way back through the pack. What do you reckon, Niamh?
It's a very tough one to call here now as they pass the 1500 meter mark. As you mentioned, it's funny, the stroke rate, the difference between them. So the Brazilian sculler is down at 33. Poland, they're up at 37. Similar boat speeds here, but it's actually the Brazilian sculler here now, fastest moving boat on the course. So he's definitely making a move here now on Plominski of Poland. Then in that third spot, it is Mumolo of Italy. Again, big boat speed here now. So he is currently the fastest moving boat. It keeps going between himself, Brazil and Poland. Then back in the other places, in third, it is Netherlands and Hungary. Great battle between the two of those. And Monaco over on the far side, very much in it as well. But this is a great race here at the moment. It is the Brazilian sculler who has moved into the lead here now, ahead of Poland and Italy. At the moment, Italy now kicking it up, keeping it at 37 strokes per minute now. He's really going for it. The last 200 metres, I think Italy are coming for that first spot, Rob.
Yeah, looks like it, and I'm sure the crowd will have their say on this one, but goodness, very little to separate the front 3, Poland, Brazil, Italy.
Un assalto deciso, un assalto che fa sognare in grande. Guardate Davide Mumolo, il nostro azzurro, ieri fuori dalla grande finale per una manciata davvero di centesimi, 2 per l'esattezza, ed ora Davide Mumolo accende il suo motorino sotto questo singolo, trasformando l'imbarcazione in un vero proiettile per regalare all'Italia la vittoria della finale B in questa del singolo maschile. Davide Mumolo, una leggenda nel singolo maschile, davanti a Brasile e per la terza piazza la Polonia.
Thank you, Luca. An Italy victory, as you may have gathered. Davide Mumolo of Italy won, coming home in first place to complete a wonderful B final in the men's single sculls. Just ahead of Vertain Ferreira of Brazil in second. Piotr Plominski of Poland pushed back to third. We now have the B final of the lightweight women's double sculls. China 2, Poland, Australia, USA 2, Switzerland 2, and Germany in lane 6. Robert, in fact, Germany not in this one, but any early signs here of what could transpire?
Kalinowska and Soboczinska, the Polish combination over there in lane 2, last year's under-23 bronze medalists. They've taken a marginal lead at this relatively early stage ahead of the new American combination, Audriana Burson and Mary Jones in lane 4. It was the USA who were the fastest of these 6 crews in yesterday's semi-final. Now, Germany are taking part. I can sense your confusion, Rob, because somehow the German crew does not appear on our information systems here. But no doubt about the leaders, it's Poland, half a length up on the USA, who in turn have half a length on Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman of Australia.
È la formazione polacca all'acqua 2 con Wiktoria Kaliwowska e Jessica Sobocinska a passare in prima posizione, ma inseguita a mezza imbarcazione, a mezza lunghezza dall'equipaggio americano USA 2, che ieri è rimasto fuori con il primo dei tempi non qualificati per la finale A, quindi immaginiamo un crescendo della loro azione nella seconda parte di gara. In terza posizione acqua 3 con Australia, che cerca di mantenere il contatto con le battistrada.
Poland hanging on to a narrow lead ahead of the USA. The Reichardt twins for Germany trying to make ground on the near side in lane 6. What do you reckon, Neve?
I reckon that USA 1 are looking very good here now. Fastest moving boat out here as they head towards 1,300 meters. And as I say that, I think they are just taking the lead from Poland here. So let's see, because they did up their rate. They're up to around 37. So let's see if they can maintain that for the final 600 meters of this race. So at the moment, it is USA 2 in the lead of this B final in the lightweight women's double sculls. Poland then in that second position, and at the moment it is looking like it is Australia from Germany fighting it out for those third and fourth spots. So they are just coming up to 1,500 meters here, and USA 2 looking very strong here, starting to pull away now from Poland at this stage in the race. So let's see if Poland can do anything to try and claw back the lead that they had a little while ago. Germany just passing me here now as well, working hard to try and stay with the Australians. And then it is Switzerland very much still there with Germany, and then we have China 2 over on the far side. So the United States 2 is still going with that higher speed, fastest moving boat out there, followed in by Poland, and it is looking like Australia now are in that third position, but I know all the other crews are very much working hard to keep their boat speeds up and stay within touching distance, Rob.
Yeah, very little in it between USA 2 and Poland. My apologies to the German crew for writing them off. I did wonder where were the Germans, but there they are. They're in fourth place right now.
Sono al quarto posto gli atleti della Germania, sono state citate anche prima, ma al centro della scena sono ancora gli Stati Uniti d'America davanti a Polonia ed Australia, che vanno così a controllare le loro piazze per riuscire a centrare quella grande vittoria della finale B, l'unica piazza della finale B valida per le qualificazioni in chiave olimpiche durante il campionato del mondo di Belgrado. Quindi ancora lì davanti gli Stati Uniti, poi la Polonia e l'Australia per le prime tre posizioni. Occhio alla Svizzera.
USA 2 should take this. They still have a lead ahead of Poland over in lane 2. USA going to cross the line. They do it by a length ahead of Poland 2 in second place. Australia need to keep going if they're going to hold on to third. There's a real challenge here coming from Switzerland. Australia hold on to take third. So it's USA 2 from Poland and Australia, the 1, 2, 3 in the B final of the lightweight women's double sculls. The lightweight men's double sculls is now on the water with 5 crews contesting this one. Japan, USA 2, Australia, USA 1 and Belgium 1. Let's get the latest now. They're at 800 meters from Robert.
Well, I was about to tell you that Sam Melvin and James McCulloch for the USA were in the lead, but within the last 150 metres or so, the new Australian combination, Oscar McGuinness and Sean Murphy, have come on so strongly, and these two doubles now playing fisticuffs in lanes 3 and 4. Absolutely nothing to choose between these two doubles as they head up towards the halfway mark. The best of the rest, well, I've got USA 2, that's Jasper Lew and Zach Hees, level with Marlens Kolpert and Niels van Zandvegeren for Belgium. They're vying for third position, with the Japanese combination bringing up the rear in fifth over on the far side.
Davanti alla nostra postazione si sta attuando il sorpasso da parte dell'equipaggio australiano all'acqua 3, McGuinness e Murphy ai danni di USA 1 con Melvin McCullough, che ieri hanno tentato di passare alla prima finale, alla finale A, facendo riscontrare un crono praticamente identico a quelli di Stati Uniti 2, quindi selezione interna anche in questa finale B. Ci sarà sicuramente battaglia per due equipaggi americani, ma in questo momento si cerca di tirare fuori da questa lotta interna l'equipaggio australiano, che appunto alla boa dei 1000 metri ha attaccato mettendo la sua prua davanti.
Well, there's a frenzied activity inside the third quarter. Australia and the USA took the rate up to 39. So did USA 2, trying to reflect that in boat speed. And that has allowed the Australians, McGuinness and Murphy, to maintain the advantage ahead of the American challenge. What's the latest, Niamh?
The Australians are up at 40 strokes a minute here now as they pass 1,400 metres. They really kicked up a notch here now as they head in towards the final quarter of the race. USA 2 there also going up to 39 strokes per minute. Now they are the fastest moving boat out there as they try to catch down USA 1, who are just 1 metre ahead of them here as they pass through the 1,500 metre mark. What a great race that is coming your way down there. Australia are trying to respond here and they've matched the speed of USA 2. USA 1 still just about holding on to that second position. They are down a little bit lower at that 37 strokes per minute. So let's see if USA 2's 41 strokes per minute will get them into that second position. Still very much in there as well. We have Belgium 1, who are in 4th position at the moment, and Japan in that 5th. Look at this, USA 1 kicking up a gear now, trying to stay ahead of USA 2, but at the moment it is still Australia, but their speed has dropped and USA 1 are coming, Rob.
That's an exciting move, isn't it? Are they going to be taking advantage of that drop in speed from Australia alongside them in lane 3? USA 2 also still very much in the mix.
Ancora al centro della scena l'Australia che cerca con gli Stati Uniti di volare via. Stati Uniti che hanno deciso di schierare una doppia formazione che in questo momento cercano di schiacciare al centro in una sorta di sandwich. L'Australia che fa da bottino centrale, ma ecco l'Australia che vola via tra i due litiganti. Prova a rientrare in corsia 5 anche il Belgio in un arrivo davvero a cardiopalmo.
Australia hanging on for grim life here as they come down to the line. Australia still take it, but who has got second and third? It's a close one to call from the tower. USA 2, USA 1, Belgium 1, all right up there. So let's just wait for the official results here. Australia winning that in 17.35. Then Belgium 1, goodness me, they came through to take second spot. Incredible finish from them, coming up from 4th place. And third was USA 1. So Australia in first place, Belgium 1 in second, USA 1 in third, with USA 2 fourth, Japan in fifth. What a B final in the lightweight men's double sculls. We now have the B final of the women's quadruple sculls with Norway, Australia again, USA again, Canada and China too. These look difficult to separate through 750. It's probably just the USA leading the way ahead of Australia. But Robert, you're going to have a good view of this any moment now.
Yes, the Americans looking very strong indeed, as you rightly say, Rob, leading the way home at this relatively early stage, moving through about 900 metres now. The Americans, stroked by Emily Calfels, were the fastest of these 5 quads in yesterday's repechage, so that order being reflected here in the B final. The USA some 5 seconds faster than Australia yesterday, with Canada 1 second off that pace. And that indeed is the 1, 2, 3, but not to be outdone. Norway trying to make ground over on the far side. Norway, who built this crew out of the World Championship double from last year. The second Chinese crew back in 5th position. I think this might be, no, I'm just looking at the dates. It's a Chinese development crew, I suspect. It's certainly not their under-23 lineup, but it's the USA now moving away in the lead.
È lo scafo americano a passare davanti a tutti di fronte alla nostra postazione a metà percorso, quasi una lunghezza di vantaggio per loro, equipaggio che ieri è rimasto fuori dalla finale A per un secondo con il crono migliore del lotto delle atlete che compongono la finale B. Cerca di mantenere il contatto Australia all'acqua 2, equipaggio terzo alle Olimpiadi di Tokyo 2021, che sta cercando di riprendere la loro capacità di performance, ma è Stati Uniti con O'Connor, Wagner, Vittas e Calfez che all'acqua 3 mantengono il comando di questa finale B del 4 di coppia femminile.
Well, despite Australia and Canada's best efforts, the USA look like they've got this one in the bag, Niamh.
Certainly looks like it at this stage now. They're just coming up to 1,400 meters. Looks like at the moment there's no catching USA. Australia definitely trying their best here now, matching their boat speed. And also, Canada as well, matching both speeds there now as well. So they're your 1, 2 and 3 as they start to approach me here now. And the USA now, seeing that they have 500 meters to go, they've kicked it up a notch, keeping the rate at 36, but their speed has increased. So they're looking at adding that little bit extra power here now, just trying to pull away from Australia, who are still in that 2nd position, followed in by Canada. But Norway over on the far side too, looking very strong, not too far off Canada here now. And then we have China too in that 5th position here now. Australia now making a move here, kicking it up a little bit as they head into their final 400 meters of this race. Not sure if they'll be able to catch USA at this stage. I can see everyone is keeping their rate steady, bar Canada, who have kicked it up to 39 here now, but it is not translating into their boat speed. They're still staying in that 3rd position. Norway on the outside could be dangerous for them here now as they start to make a move, but as they approach 200 meters to go, it is USA from Australia and Canada.
Yep, that's the way we see it as well, Niamh. And wonder if Norway can make a push for that 3rd place. They're still very much there. Perhaps China too, fallen just a little bit far behind now.
Attenzione perché in quest'ultima frazione cerca ancora l'Australia di rinvenire per trovare il giusto giro in questo quadruplo al femminile, ma al comando sono solo i colori degli Stati Uniti d'America che vanno ancora ad allungare il margine di vantaggio. Per la 3ª posizione rinviene la Norvegia che va a superare l'equipaggio canadese.
Coming down to the line then, USA are going to take it by 3/4 of a length ahead of Australia in lane 2. It's a battle for 3rd place, and it's just going to go, I think, the way of the Canadians, but Norway may have something to say about that. Let's await confirmation. USA certainly in 1st place, with Australia in 2nd. I think Canada may have just grabbed that 3rd place, and there is confirmation of that. So we move on to the last of our B finals here with the men's quadruple sculls. 3 crews contesting this race for places 7, 8 and 9, with Canada in lane 1, China 1 in lane 2, China 2 in lane 3 at 800 meters. This is really anybody's race again, isn't it, Robert?
Yeah, I think it's a Chinese selection race, to be quite honest. We've got China 1 in the centre lane there, unchanged from the lineup that contested last year's World Championships, finished down the rankings in 12th place. China 2 is their development quad. Just how these 8 athletes are going to pan out as the season progresses, well, we'll have to wait and see for the Lucerne entries in a few weeks' time. But these 3 quads are absolutely level as we come to the halfway mark. This is the closest race we have seen so far this weekend. It's China 2, though, who have it by about half a metre on China 1, with the new Canadian combination a further half metre back in third. Absolutely fantastic.
Potrebbe sembrare quasi una parata in questo momento la finale B del 4 di coppia maschile, ma invece credo ci sia aria di selezione sicuramente all'interno della nazionale cinese. Veramente allineati i 3 equipaggi in gara in questo momento, con Cina 2, l'equipaggio all'acqua 3 che sta cercando di guadagnare qualche metro, ma prova il Canada a scombussolare i piani e cerca di attaccare. Non ci sta Cina 1 all'acqua 2, quindi al centro del percorso, e riporta la sua prua a fianco dei colleghi all'acqua 3. Qui c'è selezione sicuramente.
Well, the 2 Chinese quads take the rate up to 38. Momentarily they had the highest boat speed, but Canada are still there with the mix. I think this 3-boat race is going to continue all the way to the line. What's your view, Niamh?
I absolutely think you are right, Robert. This is such an exciting race happening outside my window here at 1,500 metres. At the moment, it is still China 1 hanging on to the lead ahead of China 2 and Canada. Canada now putting on a push. They are trying to go for it. They're staying at their 36 strokes per minute, but kicked in the power there ever so slightly. So let's see if they can come for China 1, but China 1 are responding and they have pushed on now here now as well. Still the fastest moving boat out there. This is such an exciting race to watch. These boats have already been in the heats in the repechage and they've actually all changed positions, so this could absolutely be anybody's race here now. China 2 putting on a bit of a push here now. Both Chinese crews up at that 39 strokes per minute. Canada doing their best to try and stay in touch here, but China 1 now starting to move away in that lead. Let's see if they can hang on to it, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, this is just great, isn't it? What a race to finish what has been an amazing series of B finals here this morning so far. Really, I mean, it's too close to call, but just ahead now is China 1, ahead of China 2 and Canada, but that could change.
Ovviamente può cambiare fino all'ultimo centimetro. Al centro la Cina che cerca di volare via per provare a far doppietta, si tirano la volata a vicenda, Cina in corsia 2, Cina in acqua 3, ma all'interno il Canada non vuole essere da meno ed ecco che in chiusura la Cina la porta a casa la vittoria di questa finale B del 4 di coppia maschile.
So China 1 are going to take this. It's just who's going to take second between Canada and China 2. China 1 come down to the line. They take it. China 2 just get their bow in front. They win it that second place by a canvas from Canada in third. So it's China 1 in first, China 2 in second, Canada in third. The B final of the men's quadruple sculls. So after all that excitement of the B finals, we're going to turn our attention to the A finals, and that means medals and victory ceremonies from here on in for the rest of the day here, day 3 of World Rowing Cup 2 from Varese in Italy. It's just around 3 minutes now to 10 o'clock local time, and the A finals will get underway at 10:05 with the final of the PR1 women's single sculls.
La nostra mattinata è iniziata nel migliore dei modi con gare favolose, le finali B che hanno assegnato le posizioni dalla 7ª alla 12ª in chiave mondiale nel ranking di questa Coppa del Mondo. Ora però inizia il grande spettacolo. Alle 10.05 parte la prima finale A che animerà le acque del lago di Varese fino alle 14.41 con l'ultima partenza, quella del lotto maschile. Siamo pronti per vivere la corsa alle medaglie, per andare a festeggiare i successi dei canottieri accorsi da 42 paesi del mondo. Si parte tra 8 minuti.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes to go until the A final of the PR1 Women's Single Sculls.
Signore e signori, ci siamo davvero. Mancano pochissimi minuti, 2 per l'esattezza, la partenza ufficiale della prima finale A, il singolo PR1 femminile.
So here are the athletes lined up there at the head of the lake here. Claire Giringeli just went out of shot in lane 1 for Switzerland. We've got France's Nathalie Benoit in lane 2. And in lane 3 for Norway, Birgit Skarstein. In lane 4, that's Moran Samuel of Israel. Alongside her in lane 5, Anna Sheremet of Ukraine. And in lane 6, representing the Netherlands, Eva Mol.
Le protagoniste del singolo PR1 femminile sono pronte ai blocchi di partenza. Ricapitolando, Svizzera in acqua 1, Francia in acqua 2, Norvegia in acqua 3, Israele in acqua 4, Ucraina in acqua 5, Olanda in acqua 6.
Under starters' orders, their pulses will be racing. The red light's about to turn to green, and off they go in the first of our A finals here today. It's the PR1 Women's Single Sculls. Giringeri of Switzerland in lane 1, and Nathalie Benoit of France in lane 2. We've got Birgit Skarstein of Norway in lane 3, Moran Samuel of Israel in lane 4. They'll have quite a battle on their hands, as will Anna Sheremet of Ukraine in lane 5. Eva Mol of the Netherlands in lane 6. And underway, it's a good start initially for Moran Samuel of Israel.
Ed eccoci siamo davvero con le medaglie per il settore paralimpico, con le prime finali di questa seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Una partenza esplosiva per Israele. Samuel Moran sta cercando in tutti i modi di portarsi davanti alla campionessa paralimpica di Tokyo. In carica il talento norvegese Birgit Skarstein, classe 1989, che in questo momento cerca il giusto giro per andare subito lì a suonare la sinfonia. Un attacco deciso Israele-Norvegia in questo momento nella prima parte di gara cercano in tutti i modi di trovare il giusto equilibrio. Nel mezzo si infila la Francia, un atleta rivelazione. Attenzione alla Francia che cercherà di andare a prendersi una medaglia.
Israel's Moran Samuel still holding on to that early lead ahead of Nathalie Benoit of France, who's had a couple of terrific races here earlier this weekend. It's between these two at the moment. They are the front runners as they head to around the 400-meter mark. Claire Giringeli of Switzerland in lane 1 had to come through the repechage to make it through to the A final, so she's raced an extra race, as indeed has Eva Mol of the Netherlands in lane 6. But now we can get a clearer idea of just how they're shaping up. It's still Israel's Moran Samuel just ahead of the French athlete Nathalie Benoit.
Un vantaggio sempre più prezioso per l'atleta di Israele, che dopo aver avuto e dato la vita al suo secondo figlio riesce a ritrovare la giusta energia al passaggio ai primi 500 metri, 2:21,74, 4 secondi di vantaggio sulla Francia. Poi la campionessa paralimpica in carica della Norvegia per la terza posizione in un'azione davvero incisiva. Bello il ritmo fluido di Moran Samuel, una ragazza straordinaria da Israele, lei che giocava a pallacanestro, una grande tradizione di famiglia, lei che era parte della nazionale di basket nel suo paese, poi la scelta di cambiare sport, il debutto con il canottaggio, le medaglie alle Paralimpiadi, insomma una storia che lega anche abbastanza Varese, perché Varese nella pallacanestro ha scritto e continua a scrivere la storia. Quindi dicevamo Israele lì davanti, poi Norvegia e Francia per la seconda e terza piazza.
So as we head down towards 7:50, let's throw over to Roberts, Trahan Jones.
Well, Birgit Skarstein is the Paralympic, the world and the European champion. She hasn't been beaten since the Rio Paralympics, and I don't think she's going to be beaten on this occasion either. She's not a fast starter, whereas Samuel and Benoit, as we've seen, can really punch it in and establish an early lead. Moran Samuel of Israel maintaining the edge over Benoit for France, but here comes Skarstein working her way back through the field, narrowing the gap ahead of the Israeli leader. Such is the class of this field here in the A final for the PR1 women's singles that the four athletes in the center of the field between them share the 3 medals from the Paralympics, the 3 medals from the World Championships, and the 3 medals from this year's Europeans 3 weeks ago in Bled. It is that close, the competition at this highest level, but on each of those occasions I've described, it's the Norwegian Birgit Skarstein who has come out triumphant, and it's Skarstein who is now tracking down her old rival Moran Samuel as the scullers approach the halfway mark.
In questa prima finale di giornata, il singolo PR1 femminile, abbiamo niente meno che le prime 4 posizioni dei Giochi Paralimpici di Tokyo, e abbiamo visto subito che in partenza Moran Samuel, l'atleta israeliana, ben consapevole della pericolosità sportiva della sua collega norvegese Birgit Skarstein, è partita fortissimo cercando subito di creare distacco di vario. Ha provato ad approfittarne anche Nathalie Benoit all'acqua 2, l'atleta francese, che però è stata risucchiata via via dall'esperta vogatrice singolista norvegese all'acqua 3, che sta cercando adesso di forzare con una palata molto lunga per quello che è il suo settore, per andare a recuperare un po' del distacco che la collega israeliana ha costruito nella prima metà di gara.
Moran Samuel maintains the advantage inside the third quarter. Birgit Skarstein continues to make ground on the leader. Nathalie Benoit with a clear water advantage ahead of the rest of the field in third position for France. Anna Charamet, the world bronze medalist, can do nothing, it appears, to get in the mix for the medals, at least on this occasion. Come on, Niamh, what's the latest?
Robert, I think you absolutely called it right there now. We are seeing Skarstein of Norway just eating into the lead that Moran Samuel of Israel has had from the start of the race. You did call it that she would go in the second half, and she certainly is coming for that first position at the moment. There is 7 meters between Israel and Norway at the moment. Israel definitely trying as hard as she can here to try and push away here. She is actually the fastest moving boat out here. So let's see if she can hold off the charge that is coming out of Skarstein there in the middle lanes. Then in that third position, looking for that bronze medal, it is still Benoit of France. Not sure if there's any catching her at the moment here now either, because a little bit back then in that fourth position, it is Charamet of Ukraine. Then we have Gerengeli of Switzerland in that 5th position, and Eva Maldin of Netherlands in that 6th position. But as they come up towards me at 1500 meters, speeds are matched between Israel and Norway. Israel just still holding on to that lead ever so slightly, but Norway have it down to 4 meters now here as they pass me out my window. I do have to say that Birgit Skarstein here is looking extremely comfortable. I'm seeing a lot of power coming out of her boat. She has started to increase the speed here now. She's into the final 400 meters or so of her race, so she knows that she's going to have to go now if she wants to take that gold medal. Excuse me. And going is what she is doing, because she has it down to 3 meters now. She is now the fastest moving boat out there. She is coming for Moran Samuel of Israel, and it looks like she is about to pass her out any second here now. But in a clear third position now, it is still Natalie Benoit of France here. Doesn't look like there'll be any catching her. And now as they come up to the final 200 meters to go, I'm going to call it that Bridget Scarstein there is just taking the lead over Israel, Rob.
I think you've called it perfectly, Niamh. Absolutely right. She has broken through with just the tiniest margins, with just a few hundred meters to go. I mean, that is really showing the class of this single sculler from Norway. Birgit Skarstein now just ahead of Samuel in second, Benoit of France in third.
Guardate che spettacolo dopo 2 chilometri, la voglia di andare a registrare il gran sorpasso. Riuscirà l'atleta di Israele a mantenere la testa della corsa oppure subirà il sorpasso della campionessa paralimpica in carica a corsa alla schiranna per poter dare il meglio di sé? Una lotta nella lotta, una gara nella gara, la voglia del riscatto da un lato, la grande capacità di andare a confermarsi la migliore del mondo dall'altro, la Norvegia che riesce in queste ultime palate a recuperare ancora su Israele, andando al comando di questa prima finale da medaglia in chiave paralimpica. Quindi al comando i colori della Norvegia, poi Israele per la seconda posizione.
Astonishing. She's now opened up a 10-meter gap, having broken through the Israeli athlete's lead, Moran Samuel. Coming down to the line, it's Birgit Skarstein of Norway, who's going to take the gold medal in the PR1 women's single sculls. She takes the gold medal. Moran Samuel of Israel takes the silver. It's a little way back to France's Natalie Benoit, but she should be assured here of picking up the bronze medal as she heads down for her final few strokes here at this regatta. It's Benoit who takes bronze, but it's gold to Skarstein of Norway, silver Samuel of Israel, and bronze to Benoit of France. Just add to that Skarstein, as if just winning gold isn't enough, she's done it in a world's best time of 9:47.83. A world best time, 9:47.83 for our gold medalist here, Birgit Skarstein.
Là, guardate cosa ha regalato Varese, ce lo danno in questo istante, il record del mondo per l'atleta norvegese, quindi Varese che entra anche nella storia con il record del mondo dell'atleta norvegese nel singolo PR1 femminile. Per rendere l'idea, il nome Varese verrà stampato su tutti i programmi delle competizioni per i prossimi anni, fino a quando questo record non verrà battuto. Un successo straordinario, la Norvegia, non solo oro ma anche record del mondo.
Up at the start, they're lining up for the A final of the PR1 men's single sculls.
Siamo ora in partenza con lo start della finale A singolo PR1 maschile.
In lane 1, representing Brazil, René Campos Pereira.
In acqua 1 inquadrato in questo momento è il Brasile.
Lane 2, representing Israel, Shmuel Daniel.
Ecco la concentrazione di Israele in acqua 2.
Lane 3, Italy 1, Giacomo Perini.
Ed ecco il nostro azzurro, il favorito Giacomo Perini, atleta azzurro tesserato per il Circolo Canottieri Aniene.
In lane 4, representing Ukraine, is Roman Polyansky.
In acqua 4 per l'Ucraina, il campione del mondo e campione paralimpico, Roman Polyansky.
In lane 5, representing Uzbekistan, Ngambardiev Kolumrod.
Uzbekistan in acqua 5.
And lane 6, representing France, Pascal Danier.
Chiude la griglia di partenza in acqua 6 la Francia e siamo in gara con il singolo PR1 maschile.
They are underway then, and in those two central lanes, Italy in lane 3, the European champion Giacomo Perini, alongside him in lane 4 from Ukraine, the reigning world and Paralympic champion Roman Polyansky. And how have they got underway here just now? Well, it's the Italian who's got off to the best start of these crews, but we'll wait until they settle down before we start to call it too much. But Israel's Shmuel Daniel also off to a flying start.
Una partenza davvero esplosiva che fa sorridere l'Italia, fa sorridere Varese, perché lì davanti c'è Giacomo Perini, il nostro azzurro, che sta cercando di andare subito alla carica del campione del mondo e del campione paralimpico in gara, Roman Polyansky. Attenzione, perché l'Ucraina in questo momento si trova davvero a combattere con l'azzurro, una sfida importantissima per il passaggio della stagione. Da un lato il campione del mondo ucraino, dall'altro il nuovo talento italiano, e insieme in corsa per la medaglia del metallo più prezioso.
The Brazilian athlete in lane 1, Campos Pereira, was raking up at about 45. He's settling down to around 41, 42 right now, but it's still the Italian who is leading the way, Perini, just from now. Surprise, surprise, Roman Polyansky has moved up into second place. I think we can expect this to be a tight battle all the way, but also Kolmurod of Uzbekistan right up there with the leaders as well.
Una gara veloce, una di quelle gare che davvero ti incolla allo schermo per tutto il percorso. Da un lato questo talento azzurro, classe 1996, arriva dal mondo del triathlon, ha deciso di entrare nel canottaggio con un grande sogno, quello di riuscire a salire sul gradino più alto del podio alle Paralimpiadi di Parigi. Ha scritto anche uno splendido libro raccontando la sua storia, una storia davvero difficile che l'ha visto superare degli ostacoli importanti della vita, ritrovando il sorriso tramite lo sport. Dall'altra parte invece l'atleta ucraino che sta a tutti i costi cercando di dare gran filo da torcere all'azzurro, giustamente da campione del mondo in carica. Quando si gareggia in casa si riescono spesso a realizzare delle imprese straordinarie. Riuscirà Giacomo Perini, atleta azzurro, a battere il campione mondiale paralimpico in gara? Io lo andrei a chiedere a chi ci accompagna ai 1000 metri. Rivolgo questa domanda soprattutto a Rossano Galtarossa, ci risponderà a brevissimo. Who is going to win?
With 750 meters gone? That's a very good question. At the moment, Perini and Polyansky seem to be ruling this one. Robert, how are you seeing it?
Isn't this a fantastic race? The established leader, Roman Polyansky, the double Paralympic champion, who had a real wake-up call when the Italian Giacomo Perini burst onto the scene at last year's World Championships. And what about the young Uzbekistan athlete, Agambardiev Kolmorod, who also finished in the A final last year? Well, it was Perini who took the European title 3 weeks ago ahead of the established Ukrainian. But just look at this. These two athletes are absolutely level, approaching the halfway mark. This is a fantastic race, and it's a mark of the way in which the PR1 single sculls discipline has moved on over the last 20 or so years in which it's been part of the international rowing program. This is absolutely brilliant stuff, and such is the pedigree of these two leaders here, matching each other stroke for stroke. They have simply drawn clearer and clearer ahead of Kolmorod and Shmuel Daniel for Israel, who are vying for the bronze.
Spettacolare fino a questo momento questa finale A del singolo maschile PR1, che vede il campione del mondo, il campione olimpico in carica Roman Polianski all'acqua 4 cercare di contrastare il tentativo di fuga del nostro Giacomo Perini, atleta giovanissimo, campione europeo in carica secondo ai mondiali lo scorso anno, che sapendo quanto forte sia il proprio avversario ucrainico ha cercato di partire subito fortissimo, ma l'esperienza di Roman Polianski gli sta consentendo comunque di contrastare l'azione dell'azzurro. Ha rintuzzato gli attacchi del nostro Giacomo e in questo momento sta conducendo l'atleta ucraino all'acqua 4.
Polyansky digs deep into his reserves to try and establish a lead over his younger rival here. He desperately wants this World Cup goal to set him up in fine form for hopefully a defence of his world title at Belgrade later in the season. Come on, Niamh, what's the latest?
He's doing a really great job here now. He really put on a burst there now, going through the 1300 metre mark. Fastest moving boat out there, and he is just opening up a lead now over Perini of Italy, who's back in that second position now. Perini had been rating up around the 40 or so. He's gone back now to 37, trying to settle it a little bit, but the speed is dropping, and that is allowing Polyansky there of Ukraine to just move away into that first position. It is the battle for the bronze medal, though, is the one to watch here. At the moment, it is Daniel of Israel leading it out ever so slightly over Kulmurad of Uzbekistan. Absolutely nothing between these rowers here at the moment. Then back in our fifth position, we have Brazil and Daniel of France then in that sixth position. They're just coming up to that 1500 metre mark, and the Ukrainian sculler here looking so good now as he opens up a big lead here now in this race in the PR1 men's single sculls. Not sure anybody is going to be able to catch him at this stage here now. He's just powering it out here at a rate of 38 strokes per minute. Still one of the fastest moving boats out there. But Perini of Italy definitely trying to claw his way back here now. He's matched his boat speed, but there is over 20 metres now of a difference between them. And for that bronze medal now, it is Kulmurad of Uzbekistan who's moved into that third position over Daniel of Israel. Amazing race happening here on the course at the moment, but it is Polyansky of Ukraine pulling away here now from Perini of Italy, and then at the moment looking quite comfortable, it is Kulmurad of Uzbekistan now in that third position over Daniel of Israel. Rob.
Yeah, just wondering if Kolmorod's going to be able to hang on to that bronze medal spot, because Daniel is not going to let it go easily. But it's Polyansky in the gold medal position, the head of Perini of Italy in silver.
Un aggancio veloce, ancora Ucraina davanti all'Italia. L'Italia in questo momento sta viaggiando leggermente più veloce, ma probabilmente il vantaggio assoluto dell'atleta ucraino non permetterà all'azzurro di rientrare. Una corsa in salita per il nostro azzurro Giacomo Perini, che a fine maggio sulle acque del lago di Bled in Slovenia si laureò campione d'Europa. Si chiude così la partita, 1 pari con l'azzurro azzurro campione europeo e l'atleta dell'Ucraina campione del mondo. Lo spareggio sarà a Belgrado durante il campionato del mondo assoluto in programma dal 4 al 10 di settembre di quest'anno. Sul traguardo non cambia più nulla, la vittoria va all'Ucraina davanti all'Italia per prima e seconda piazza, per la terza posizione Uzbekistan.
Here comes Roman Polyansky. He's powering down towards the line. One more stroke will give him the gold medal, and he's done it. What a fabulous race from him. In second place to take silver, it's going to be Giacomo Perini of Italy. But who is going to win the bronze? That battle, I think, has now been settled. Coming home now to take bronze in lane 5, it's Engembardiev Kolmorod of Uzbekistan. So it is gold to Ukraine, silver Italy, bronze Uzbekistan. So perhaps no surprises, that was a world's best time for Roman Polyansky of 8:50.38. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the PR1 Women's Single Sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione del singolo pararowing PR1 femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo
Patrick Rombo, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Canottieri Varese Board Member,
il consigliere di Canottieri Varese Luca Franzosi.
winner of the bronze medal,
Medaglia di bronzo
representing France,
dalla Francia,
Nathalie Benoit. Winner of the silver medal, representing Israel,
vincitrice della medaglia d'argento in rappresentanza di Israele,
Moran Samuel. Winner of the gold medal, representing Norway,
vincitrice della medaglia d'oro in rappresentanza della Norvegia,
Birgit Skarstein. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, fatevi sentire per i nostri medagliati.
Back up at the start, it's the A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls.
La prossima gara in partenza è la finale A del doppio PR2 mix.
In lane 1, representing Ireland, Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien.
In acqua 1 inquadrata l'Irlanda.
In lane 2, representing the Netherlands, Cornelis de Koning and Chantal Heinen.
Olanda in acqua 2.
In lane 3, Great Britain, Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson.
Gran Bretagna in acqua 3.
Lane 4, Ukraine, Svetlana Buslavska and Yaroslav Kyuda.
Ed ecco quindi in acqua 4 l'Ucraina, subito seguita dall'acqua 5.
Lane 5, Poland, Jolanta Majka and Mikhail Gadowski. And lane 6, France, Pelbouge and Stéphane Tardieu.
Chiudono in acqua 6 i talenti francesi.
The light goes green, the whistle sounds, and they are underway in this A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. Ireland, Netherlands, Great Britain, Ukraine, Poland and France. We've got the European champions, Great Britain, in lane 3. Alongside them from the Netherlands, the European silver medalists. So that we can expect to be a pretty tough battle. Right now, the quickest start there is from the Polish boat in lane 5.
Una partenza splendida per i talenti dell'Olanda che stanno cercando di andare subito in testa con la Gran Bretagna all'esterno, la Polonia. Queste tre nazioni di fatto provano a lanciare subito il sasso in avanti. L'obiettivo è quello di trovare non solo il giusto giro ma anche il comando della corsa. Quando sei davanti in partenza significa che poi puoi controllare. Non è facile ovviamente andare ad impostare una gara d'assalto, ci vuole grande allenamento, ma la Gran Bretagna lo sta facendo benissimo, interpretando ancora una volta le volontà della direzione tecnica nazionale. È successo ieri durante le semifinali, anche nelle specialità olimpiche, stanno replicando lo stesso schema di partenza veloce anche in finale ed ecco quindi la Gran Bretagna che continua a volar via proprio davanti a tutti gli altri, con Polonia che insegue insieme all'Olanda per le prime 3 piazze.
Well, Poland have just ceded that leading slot to the Great Britain crew in lane 3, but it's a very close one as they're still settling down. Ireland were stroking pretty quickly. They're now settling down a little bit, still rating at 40 though, the fastest out there in terms of stroke rate. But it's still Great Britain who are leading the way ahead of Poland in second place. And then we've got the Netherlands back in third, with Ukraine pretty much alongside them as well. Coming up to 600 metres then, Robert Trahan-Jones, it's Great Britain leading the way.
It is indeed in this race, the A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls, which is basically a rerun of the European Championship final from 3 weeks ago, where Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson took gold ahead of the Netherlands and Ukraine. And those positions being reflected at this relatively early stage in this A final. Lauren Rolls from Birmingham Rowing Club with her new partner Greg Stevenson from Agecroft Rowing Club up there near Manchester took the gold, as I say, on the clear waters of Lake Bled 3 weeks ago. They were slow off the start blocks, but moved through the field to establish the lead. And as we get through to the first 500 metres there, they're just a couple of seconds ahead of Micah and Godowski for Poland in second place, with Conor de Koning and Chantal Heynen of the Netherlands in third, ahead of Steve McGowan and Katie O'Brien of Ireland in fourth.
Interessante anche questa finale del doppio misto PR2, è impressionante l'accelerazione che ha impresso l'equipaggio inglese all'acqua 3, campione europeo in carica. Ha provato Mike Gadowski, la formazione polacca all'acqua 5, a sorprendere gli avversari con una potenza incredibile al semaforo verde, ma molto concentrati i due inglesi, Rolls Stevenson, forti della loro esperienza, del loro titolo europeo appena conquistato, hanno lasciato sfogare gli avversari e poi hanno cambiato marcia e si sono messi lì davanti al passaggio a metà percorso. In questo momento qui davanti a noi veramente l'Inghilterra sembra stia facendo un'altra gara, 2 barche luce in questo momento. Polonia cerca di mantenere salda la seconda posizione, ma viene attaccata anche dall'equipaggio ucraino all'acqua 4, equipaggio terzo ai campionati europei, ma soprattutto quarto alle Paralimpiadi di Tokyo, quindi una formazione affiatata, una formazione con grande esperienza.
Well, the British pair really driving forward now, establishing an unbeatable rhythm here. They've established some 3 lengths advantage ahead of Poland, who have half a length on the rest of the field. Who's in the bronze medal slot? Absolutely nothing to choose between Ukraine, the Netherlands and Ireland. But what a disappointing scull here for the French combination Bouge and Tardieu. They have so many World and Paralympic medals to look back on in their long career, back together again after a brief hiccup when they formed a new partnership for Tokyo. Bronze medalists from last year, but slipping astern of the field as GB's Rolls and Stevenson make all the running.
They do indeed, and in fact they're actually increasing their speed now as they head towards 1300 metres on the course. This is very impressive stuff. They nearly have 4 lengths now opened up across the rest of the field. The big battle is for the silver and bronze medal, though at the moment it is still Poland in that silver medal position, with Netherlands and Ukraine now dead even as they come up towards 1400 metres. Ireland, after slipping back a little bit into that 5th position, followed in by France in 6th, but there is still about 600 metres or so to go here in this race, so anything could change at the moment. But at the top of the field, Great Britain looking incredibly strong as I look out my window here. Very steady rate compared to everyone else. They're rating at 33 strokes a minute. and the power coming out of that boat is phenomenal to watch, and you'll all get to see it now as they start to come down towards the grandstand just after passing that 1500 metre mark. Now in that silver position, it is Poland still hanging in there at the moment, and in the bronze position, Ukraine now just after getting out ahead of Netherlands over ever so slightly, but Ireland I can see over on the outside starting to put on a bit of a push. They've increased that boat speed ever so much, not having dropped their rate too much throughout that race. They're up at about 40 strokes per minute there. Katie O'Brien and Stephen McGowan of Galway Rowing Club. But out at the head of the race, no doubt about it, Great Britain leading out over 4 lengths now ahead of second place. Still Poland hanging in there, and Ukraine, I think, in that bronze position. Now, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Great Britain really looking commanding here. It's a big lead ahead of the Poles, but then the battle for the bronze is really hot, isn't it? With Ukraine, Netherlands, Ireland all in contention for bronze, but it looks like Great Britain so well positioned now for this gold medal.
Ancora in velocità verso il traguardo, guardate che attacco deciso della Gran Bretagna davanti alla Polonia e l'Ucraina per le prime 3 piazze. La Gran Bretagna che cerca di allungare ulteriormente il suo margine di vantaggio in quest'ultima parte di gara. Attenzione alla Gran Bretagna che non solo vuole andare a vincere, ma sta tentando il record del mondo. L'hanno già fatto sia nel singolo femminile che nel singolo maschile PR1. Ed ora la nuova opportunità è nel doppio mix, perché il campo di Varese è un campo velocissimo, quindi Gran Bretagna, Polonia ed Ucraina.
Great Britain have grabbed this gold medal by the scruff of the neck, if gold medals had such things, because they're coming home to win this by a huge margin. It's Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson for Great Britain to take gold. The battle for silver is really hotting up here. I think it's just going to go to Ukraine in lane 4 and Poland take the bronze, but it's gold to Great Britain. Ukraine takes silver, Poland bronze. And it's another world best time, our 3rd here today. World best time for Great Britain, 8:01.59. What a way to win a gold medal.
L'avevamo chiamato ed è arrivato 8:01.59. Record del mondo per la Gran Bretagna.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's PR1 single sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione singolo PR1 maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Frida Svensson, accompanied by
accompagnata da
Board Member, Federation of Italian Rowing,
il consigliere della Federazione Italiana Canottaggio, Fabrizio Quaglino.
winner of the bronze medal, representing Uzbekistan,
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo in rappresentanza dell'Uzbekistan,
Engamberdiev Kolmorod. Winner of the silver medal, representing Italy.
vincitore della medaglia d'argento in rappresentanza dell'Italia, Giacomo Perini.
Winner of the gold medal, representing Ukraine.
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro in rappresentanza dell'Ucraina,
Roman Polyansky. Let's hear it for our medalists.
applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Heading back up to the start for the A final of the women's pair.
Ritorniamo in partenza con la prima finale olimpica, il due senza femminile.
In lane one, Germany, Lena Sarasa and Hannah Reif.
In acqua 1 la Germania.
In lane two, Spain, Aina Sid and Esther Brits Zamorano.
In acqua 2 la Spagna.
Lane three, USA 1, Alison Russia and Megan Musnitsky.
In acqua 3 gli Stati Uniti d'America.
Lane 4, Australia 1, Jessica Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre.
In acqua 4 l'Australia, inquadrata con il tifo dalla tribuna.
Lane 5, USA 2, Jessica Tunes and Charlotte Buck.
In acqua 5 gli Stati Uniti d'America.
Lane 6, Great Britain 1, Rowan McKellar and Esme Booth.
Ed ecco in acqua 6 la Gran Bretagna. Pronti a partire, finale A del due senza femminile.
And they are underway in this final of the women's pair. Germany, Spain, USA 1, Australia 1, USA 2, Great Britain 1. All have got away supremely well and efficiently. Spain just the quickest out of the blocks.
Ed ecco subito una partenza esplosiva al centro della scena in corsia numero 2, la Spagna con la sua formazione rinnovata sta cercando di trovare il giusto giro, ma Gran Bretagna ed Australia non ci stanno ed eccole quindi subito a schizzare veloci. L'Australia che schiera una formazione tutta nuova con la campionessa olimpica del 4 senza Jessica Morrison che si trova a gareggiare con una giovanissima inserita quest'anno nel gruppo olimpico. Lei arriva dalla trafila under 23, dal vivaio, non fa parte della squadra nazionale, ma l'Australia ha deciso di creare un due senza un po' più agile, andando a rubare un atleta del 4 senza, un po' come anche per la formazione maschile, ma ne parleremo più avanti. Poi ancora la Gran Bretagna che partiva da outsider in corsia numero 6, sta girando benissimo in questo momento a 40 colpi al minuto, quindi Australia, Gran Bretagna, poi la Spagna nella prima frazione di gara.
The 2019 World Silver medalists from Australia in lane 4 have just now narrowly moved out in front. Alongside them in lane 3, USA 1 with Megan Musnitsky, twice an Olympic champion, 5 times a world champion, and the Spanish in lane 2, the World Rowing Cup leaders. So we've got some real class here in this final of the women's pair.
Ve l'avevamo promesso ed eccole qua, l'Australia lì davanti a fare l'andatura, un'Australia che cerca di frullare subito al comando, un'Australia che schiera per la prima volta nella storia questa formazione in gara davanti agli Stati Uniti d'America con un'imbarcazione di vantaggio. Poppa prua, l'Australia comanda in grande stile questa specialità del due senza con una formazione che doveva nascere per qualificare ma che probabilmente potrebbe avere sogni ben più ambiziosi. Ecco quindi Australia, Stati Uniti, poi la Spagna per le prime 3 piazze.
So approaching 750 meters, it's Australia 1 from USA 1 with Spain in third. Let's hand over to Robert.
Yes, a glance at yesterday's semi-final times would indicate that USA and Australia would be trying to gain the upper hand here in this A final of the women's pairs. And so it's proving with the leading Australians, boating Olympic champion Jessica Morrison there in the bow seat out of the Tokyo 4, partnering Annabelle McIntyre, who was in the Olympic pair, and these two athletes proving unstoppable despite Russia and Musnicki's best efforts here in chasing them down. The best of the rest, well, Cid and Zamorano for Spain, the European bronze medalists, over on the far side in lane 2, just have a whisker advantage ahead of Rowan McKellar and Esme Booth, a British pair on the grandstand side in 4. They have half a length on the second American boat and bringing up the rear Sarasa and Reif for Germany.
Per la finale del due senza femminile è la coppia australiana all'acqua 4, Morrison-McIntyre, a cannibalizzare questa finale. Poco spazio alle avversarie, solo in partenza Aina Cid e Esther Brizamorano della Spagna hanno potuto godere di qualche momento con la prua davanti a tutte, con una partenza molto veloce, ma subito poi la formazione australiana ha preso il comando della gara e palata su palata sta costruendo un vantaggio incredibile. Prova a resistere l'equipaggio americano all'acqua 3, Stati Uniti 1, ma c'è luce tra la poppa dell'Australia e la prua degli Stati Uniti.
Well, the Australians just seem to be getting faster and faster as the course unfolds. 37 strokes a minute. They've got the best bow speeds on the water as they move down to 1500.
Yes, they are replicating their semi-final yesterday where they were incredibly strong having finished over 45 meters clear of second place yesterday in the semis, and we're seeing that here now again. They are just able to maintain that incredible boat speed right throughout the race. In a solid second place at the moment, it is USA 1 here now. They are about 27 meters back from the leaders now at the moment. Spain now falling back ever so slightly. They're in that third position at the moment. But yesterday again in the semi-finals, their final 1,000 meters of the race was incredibly strong. So let's see if they put on a push here now as they go through into the last 500 meters of the race. Then in that fourth position at the moment, it is USA 2 from Great Britain, and then Germany over on the far side in that sixth position. But the boats have flown past me here really quick, and we are seeing that kick from Spain here now up at 40 strokes per minute. Reigning world champion in coastal and beach sprints rowing there, Esther Breeze Zamoreno there in that boat. But I'm not sure if there's enough room to catch USA, who are currently in that silver medal position, and Australia just still leading it out, Rob.
Yes, that 1, 2, 3 is kind of settled from early on in the race, hasn't it? From around, 400 meters or so. Still Australia ahead of the USA, with Spain in that bronze medal position. USA 2 just outside it, followed by Great Britain and then Germany.
Ancora la grande corsa per l'assalto all'oro. Se da un lato l'Australia vuole davvero dominare in casa, in una recente intervista Spencer Turner raccontava che gareggiare a Varese è un po' come per l'Italia, anche perché si allenano sul lago di Varese a gavirate per 3 mesi all'anno. Dall'altra parte Stati Uniti e Spagna vogliono a tutti i costi andare a conquistare l'argento e il bronzo. Ed eccola quindi la cavalcata dei canguri, l'Australia pronta a vincere la medaglia d'oro nel 2 senza femminile.
Australia head down to the line. They're going to take gold by a clear margin of 2.5, maybe 3 lengths from USA 1, who takes silver over there in lane 3. And the bronze is going to go to Spain. They were the early leaders, settled back, kept their place in the podium position. So it's gold to Australia, silver USA 1, bronze Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the PR2 mixed double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione del doppio PR2 mix.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Director, World Rowing,
il direttore esecutivo mondiale di World Rowing,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Councillor of the Lombardy region,
il consigliere di Regione Lombardia, Emanuele Monti.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Poland. Poland represented by
Polonia, rappresentata da
Jolanta Majka and Mikhail Gadowski. Winner of the silver medal,
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Ukraine. Ukraine, represented by
Ucraina, rappresentata da
Svetlana Bohuslavska, Yaroslav Koyuda, winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Great Britain. Great Britain, represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Lauren Rose, Greg Stevenson, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, facciamoci sentire, applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
We're now up to the start for the A final of the men's pair. Lining up in lane 1, USA 1, Justin Best and Pieter Quinton.
Ed eccoci in partenza con la finale A del 2 senza maschile. In acqua 1 gli Stati Uniti d'America, in acqua 2 l'Australia.
Lane 2, Australia, Angus Dawson and Joseph O'Brien. In lane 3, Great Britain, Oliver Wynne Griffith and Tom George.
Ed ecco la Gran Bretagna inquadrata in acqua 3.
In lane 4, Switzerland 1, Roman Roesley and Andrin Gulick. Lane 5, the Netherlands, Pieter van Veen and Ellie Brouwer.
Ed ecco anche in acqua 5 l'Olanda.
And in lane 6, representing Croatia, Patrick and Anton Lonkaric.
In acqua 6 chiude la griglia di partenza la Croazia. Ecco i protagonisti della Svizzera, facendo una carrellata veloce su tutte le corsie della finale del 2 senza Stati Uniti-Australia, Gran Bretagna, Svizzera, Olanda, Croazia.
Underway then in the final of the men's pair, the European champions in lane 4, Switzerland 1. That's Roman Roseley and Andrin Gulrich. And it's Great Britain, though, who just nudge ahead in these very early stages.
Una partenza incredibile per la Gran Bretagna, subito forte fuori dai blocchi a 44 colpi al minuto, si porta davanti ai leader indiscussi di questa prima parte di stagione, la Svizzera, che ricordiamo non solo ha vinto la prima tappa di Coppa del Mondo, ma ha vinto anche l'Europeo in Slovenia Bled e sono campioni d'Europa in carica. La vittoria arrivò con un sorpasso all'ultimo proprio sulla Gran Bretagna, che probabilmente è ancora scottata di quella seconda posizione. Oggi vuole regolare i conti tra i due litiganti, però sta provando ad infilarsi molto bene anche l'Australia dall'altra parte del percorso. Insomma, una gara partita veloce, una di quelle gare che dovremo tenere d'occhio fino all'ultimo centimetro.
So as they just settle down now after about 400 meters, the Swiss were rating pretty high early on, but now they've just come down to about 41. Great Britain at 38, still Great Britain just out in front, ahead of the Swiss, about 5 meters back in second place. But positions will start to change, surely.
Le posizioni potrebbero iniziare a cambiare, ma in questo momento Gran Bretagna, Svizzera ed Australia sono le tre nazioni a dominare la scena internazionale nell'affascinante specialità del 2 senza maschile. Come vi raccontavo, la Gran Bretagna, ancora scottata dell'argento europeo, sta cercando di regolare i conti con gli svizzeri. Svizzera che in questo momento è seconda, l'Australia al terzo posto. Australia che schiera un titolare del 4 senza della passata stagione e un under 23, Angus Dawson, che classe 2000 è praticamente giovanissimo, ancora under 23, a gareggiare in chiave assoluta per la sua prima esperienza in assoluto a livello senior.
If anything, perhaps Great Britain just pulling away fractionally ahead of Switzerland in second, Australia right alongside in third, USA right by them as well in fourth, with Croatia in fifth, Netherlands in sixth. Robert, over to you.
Yes, if you look at the times from earlier this weekend, you knew this final was all going to be about Great Britain and Switzerland. Switzerland, the European champions, ahead of Great Britain in silver 3 weeks ago in Bled. But those positions being reversed at the halfway mark as Ollie Wynne-Griffith and Tom George take a lead of just over 1 boat length ahead of Switzerland. But look out for Australia. Angus Dawson and Joseph O'Brien have just come through more and more strongly. They're just under a third of a length down on second place Switzerland, and they've got clear water advantage ahead of Best and Quintin for the USA over on the far side. Von Veen and Brouwer of the Netherlands in fifth ahead of the Lonkaric twins for Croatia.
1/10 di secondo ha separato la Svizzera dalla Gran Bretagna sul podio ai campionati europei di Bled 3 settimane fa ai danni della Gran Bretagna, che adesso invece è partita veramente fortissimo sin dalle prime battute, con la luce verde non ha avuto nessuna esitazione, è partita, si è messa lì davanti e sta cercando di fuggire via. Non ci sta la Svizzera con Roman Roseley e Andrin Gulrich, vincitori anche della prima tappa di Coppa del Mondo quest'anno e, come abbiamo detto, campioni europei in carica, cercano di non far fuggire gli avversari. In questo momento per loro 3/4 di imbarcazione da cercare di recuperare. Nel frattempo Australia all'acqua 2 tenta di cogliere l'occasione, in questo momento in terza posizione, ma cerca di mantenere il contatto con i battistrada.
Well, Wynne-Griffith and George have had a stellar career ever since they stepped out of the bronze medal Olympic 8 in Tokyo. They took third place at the Worlds last year, second, as I said, at the Europeans. Could this be a gold medal here at the Varese round of the World Cup? Over to you, Niamh.
They're almost here at the 1500 metre mark. There is no let up whatsoever in the Great Britain boat. It is the Australians who gave it a little bit of a kick there now as they came into the last quarter of their race. They aren't too far away from that silver medal. It is currently in the hands of Switzerland, but Australian speed is a little bit quicker, so let's see if they can put themselves into that silver medal position. Then in that fourth position, it is USA 1 at the moment, with a great race here between Netherlands and Croatia for those 5th and 6th positions, but up the top of the race at the moment it is Great Britain looking so steady, in control, 40 strokes a minute. The Australians, that kick has led them to coming up even alongside Switzerland now. They are moving that little bit quicker, so let's see, with 200 meters to go, can Australian get there before Switzerland?
Yeah, it's really closely fought one again. This and the roar from the crowds on the bank here of Lake Varese really helping these athletes head down to the finish line. Great Britain leading the way.
Gran Bretagna lì davanti, ancora una volta a suonare la musica più bella, ma attenzione perché per la seconda e terza piazza la Svizzera ci crede ancora. All'esterno l'Australia che prova a rinvenire, un'Australia con una combinazione tutta nuova, tutta da scoprire, una formazione che può solo crescere in meglio, ed ecco sul traguardo quindi Gran Bretagna, Svizzera e l'Australia per la terza piazza.
Oliver Wynne-Griffith and Tom George are going to claim gold for Great Britain, and they do it by half a length ahead of Switzerland, who take silver, and it's Australia with the bronze, and it's another World Cup best time of 6:13.15 for Great Britain. Great Britain gold, Switzerland take the silver, Australia bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's pair.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione 2 senza femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
President of World Rowing,
il presidente di World Rowing,
Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by
accompagnato da
President of the Italian Olympic Committee,
il presidente del CONI Lombardia, Marco Riva.
winners of the bronze medal and current World Rowing Cup leaders,
Vincitrici della medaglia di bronzo ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Spain. Spain, represented by
Spagna, rappresentata da
Aina Sid, Esther Brits Zamorano, winners of the silver medal,
vincitrici della medaglia d'argento.
the United States of America. The USA, represented by
Stati Uniti d'America, rappresentati da
Alison Russia, Megan Muznitsky, winners of the gold medal.
Vincitrici della medaglia d'oro.
Australia! Australia represented by
Australia rappresentata da
Jessica Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Fatevi sentire per le nostre vincitrici.
Ladies and gentlemen, the A final of the women's double sculls.
Signore e signori, ci siamo nuovamente. Una nuova corsa alle medaglie. Il doppio femminile, gara 150.
In lane 1, China 2, Li Huryu and Yang Min.
In acqua 1 la Cina.
Lane 2, France, Margot Balliot and Emma Lunati.
In acqua 2 la Francia.
In lane 3, USA 1, Christina Wagner and Sofia Vitas. Lane 4, China 1, Lu Shiyu and Shen Shuangmei.
In acqua 4 ancora Cina, che è riuscita a piazzare in finale 2 formazioni.
Lane 5, Australia, Amanda Bateman and Laura Gurley.
In acqua 5 l'Australia.
And in lane 6, it's USA 2, Emily Califats and Lauren O'Connor.
E in acqua 6 a chiudere il cerchio gli Stati Uniti, la seconda formazione, per questa nazione che ha deciso di partecipare con 2 equipaggi alla Coppa del Mondo.
Under starters orders, the red light turns to green and they are underway. The A final of the women's double sculls. China 2, France, USA 1, China 1, Australia and USA 2.
E siamo in gara, è partita la battaglia, la corsa del doppio femminile, una corsa subito dominata dalla Cina che si è portata al comando con 43 colpi al minuto, probabilmente una partenza coraggiosa per questa formazione che non ha molto da perdere. L'obiettivo è quello di riuscire a trovare il giusto giro per questa stagione internazionale. Vedete, sono letteralmente fuggite via insieme alla Francia, quasi a voler lanciare una sorta di volata all'altra formazione cinese. Due infatti gli equipaggi per la Cina in questa finale alla Coppa del Mondo. Nel mezzo anche gli Stati Uniti d'America, altra imbarcazione tutta da scoprire, giovanissime, classe 92-93, una nuova generazione di canottiere, storia diversa rispetto al due senza, dove ricordavamo a bordo c'era anche una quarantenne classe 1983.
The crew is just settling down to their race stroke rate now. It was China 2 over in lane 1 who were quickest out of the blocks. China 1 in lane 4, catching up now alongside them, along with the French crew in lane 2. So about 500 meters. We're just coming up to the 500 meter mark and we'll get the splits for that. But it's still China 2 over in lane 1 who lead the way, just ahead of China 1, and then it's France, almost neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball, with the Australian crew in lane 5, followed by USA 1 and USA 2.
Ancora la corsa esplosiva per la Cina, continua a fare la differenza in questa frazione, addirittura la Cina riesce ad essere prima e seconda, quasi a voler blindare la finale. Una strategia molto interessante per le due formazioni cinesi, ma nel mezzo ne approfitta l'Australia che si attacca a ruota per provare a rientrare, quindi di fatto l'Australia potrebbe tentare il rientro sulla Francia in questo momento per la zona delle medaglie. Un'Australia che è arrivata sul lago di Varese circa 10 giorni fa, si sta ancora adattando a clima, fuso orario, cambio stagionale per trovare e rimanere in Europa verso la terza tappa di Coppa del Mondo e poi per tutta l'estate fino al campionato del mondo assoluto di Belgrado tra il 4 e il 10 di settembre. Quest'anno per i canguri una lunghissima permanenza a Gavirate. Ecco Cina-Australia che, come vi dicevo, è passata seconda, poi ancora Cina e Francia per la medaglia di bronzo.
So approaching 1,000 meters where Robert Trahan Jones is. Australia moving up now, but it's still People's Republic of China 2 out in front.
Well, no, I think China 1 have taken the lead now at the halfway mark, just by a whisker ahead of China 2. China 1, the established athletes, Liu Shiyu in the bow seat out of last year's single scull. Over there in China 2, two athletes making their international debut here. So I think the selectors' predictions about those two crews are at least correct. Disappointing row here for the two USA crews, but don't forget that these four athletes took part in the women's quad sculls B final, which they won just an hour and a half ago. But when they made the entry, they knew in a World Cup regatta that there was the likelihood they were going to have to race in quick succession. But it's China 1 now leading the way ahead of China 2 slipping back, and it's the leading USA boat that is vying with Australia for that silver.
È durata 800 metri la galoppata di Cina 2, lì all'acqua 1, in alto sullo schermo, è partita fortissimo alla luce verde. Cina 1 ha cercato di non far scappare le colleghe e in questo momento sta conducendo con 3/4 di imbarcazione all'acqua 4, ma Australia all'acqua 5 con la prodiera settima alle Olimpiadi di Tokyo nella specialità nel doppio e Stati Uniti all'acqua 3, quinte ai Giochi Olimpici sempre nel doppio, quindi atlete molto esperte della specialità stanno cercando di mantenere il contatto con Cina 1 all'acqua 4 che ancora conduce, ma sono lì a fianco a metà imbarcazione e cercano di forzare il rientro per mettere in difficoltà appunto l'equipaggio cinese.
China 2 a completely spent force as China 1 continued to lead the way home ahead of the USA and Australia.
Yes, they're just after passing me here at the 1500 meter mark. I could hear the shouts out of the boats here because it is so close here between all boats. At the moment, it is still China 1 over USA 1 who are in that silver medal position ahead of Australia. Now, Australia had an incredibly strong last quarter yesterday in the semi-final, so let's see if they can crawl back and maybe take that silver or even gold medal. So into the last 250 meters, it is China 1 from USA, then Australia, but France still very much there as well, Rob.
Yeah, it's been quite a shake-up, hasn't there? But China 1 from America 1, very little in that, and then Australia right alongside them. These are most likely to be the podium places, but France still in the mix too.
Ancora una gara aperta, ancora una gara da costruire, Cina, Stati Uniti ed Australia per le medaglie, e che bello sentire la tifoseria che si infiamma per dare ancora quella dose di energia. Riuscirà l'Australia ad acciuffare il bronzo oppure all'esterno sarà la Francia? Certa invece la Cina al centro del campo insieme agli Stati Uniti d'America. Un arrivo con 4 concorrenti per le prime 3 piazze, l'Australia attacca ma all'esterno la Francia è solitaria per il bronzo. Un arrivo veloce, la Cina che va a vincere, un arrivo straordinario al doppio femminile.
USA are just putting their bow ball ahead as they come down to the line, but the fight back comes from China 1. They cross the line absolutely together, and we know that bronze, I think, has gone to the French crew. We'll check all of these because that was so close, but China 1 just take the gold medal ahead of USA 1 who take the silver, and we can confirm bronze goes to France. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's pair.
Ed ora la prossima è la cerimonia di premiazione del due senza maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
World Rowing President
il presidente di World Rowing,
Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Delegate of the Ministry of Tourism,
il delegato del Ministero del Turismo, Andrea Mascaretti.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo,
Australia. Australia, represented by
Australia rappresentata da
Angus Dawson, Joseph O'Brien, Winners of the silver medal and current World Rowing Cup leaders.
Vincitori della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Switzerland. Switzerland represented by
Svizzera, rappresentata da
Roman Roesli, Andrin Gulich, winners of the gold medal.
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Oliver Wynne Griffith, Tom George, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Back on the course, we have the A final of the men's double sculls.
Ritorniamo in gara con la finale attesissima, soprattutto per l'Italia, il doppio maschile.
In lane one, representing Australia, Harley Moore and Jack Cleary.
In acqua 1 l'Australia.
Lane 2, China 1, Liu Jiyu and Zhang Liang. Lane 3, Italy 1.
Il capovoga Matteo Sartori con Luca Rambaldi a 2.
Lane 4, USA, Soren Kozik and Benjamin Davison.
Ed ecco anche l'altra formazione azzurra, Italia in acqua 5 con Riccardo Peretti, Leonardo Tedoldi.
Lane 5 was Italy 2 and lane 6, the Czech Republic.
Due formazioni azzurre in questa finale A. Ricapitolando ancora le corsie: Australia, Cina, Italia, Stati Uniti, Italia e Repubblica Ceca.
And they are underway in the final of the men's double sculls. We've got two Italian crews here as well. Can they bring home the bacon for the host nation here? It's Australia in lane 1, then it's China 1 in 2, Italy 1 taking up lane 3 with the USA alongside in 4, then it's Italy 2, lane 5, Czech Republic in lane 6. Quickest out of the blocks there looks to have been Italy 2.
Una partenza davvero impressionante per la coppia di giovani, Leonardo Tedoldi e Riccardo Peretti. Riccardo Peretti singolista della Canottieri Gavirate, Leonardo Tedoldi cresciuto alla Canottieri Retica, oggi professionista delle Fiamme Gialle. Una partenza importante su Luca Rambaldi e Matteo Sartori, l'altra eccellente formazione azzurra che a Bled in Slovenia ci ha regalato quella medaglia indelebile, riportando il doppio alla ribalta della scena internazionale. E ho visto papà Alessio inquadrato poco fa davvero emozionato nell'essere alla Schiranna di Varese a seguire questa battaglia. L'Australia inquadrata in questo momento con il prodiere Harley Moore, lo scorso anno titolare del 2 senza, quest'anno per mancanza di uomini nella coppia la transizione con il passaggio a bordo del doppio, una gara che si apre, nel mezzo anche la Cina, passaggio ai primi 500 metri. Caro Rob, una gara davvero emozionante.
Well, the lead constantly changing here right now at 500 meters. People's Republic of China 1 ahead of Italy 1, USA right alongside, and Australia. Those three boats can't really be separated. Italy 2 so close as well, and Czech Republic bringing up the rear, but literally 2.15 seconds separating first from sixth.
Guardate che velocità ancora, Cina, Stati Uniti, Italia 1 che continuano in queste prime 3 frazioni a martellare pericolosamente per le medaglie che possono contare, e lì nel mezzo c'è l'Italia con Luca Rambaldi e Matteo Sartori inquadrati che provano a guardarsi a destra e a sinistra. Luca Rambaldi cerca lo sguardo della Cina per annientarli coi suoi occhi, ma guardate Cina, Italia e Stati Uniti a contendersi le medaglie, poi l'Australia lì all'esterno.
Approaching 900 meters, and Robert Trahan-Jones. What hope for these Italian crews, Robert?
Well, when the Italian under-23 quad won gold last year and then stepped up to senior level this season, it gave the Italian selectors a rich seam of talent from which to select their new crews, and we can see 2 of those doubles in fine form. But that rocketing state from Italy 2, they were still pumping them in at 41 strokes a minute after 500 meters, for goodness sake. But right now, it's the Chinese who I think just have the margin there, unchanged from the crew that took the bronze medal at the Olympics 2 years ago. They're vying with the leading Italian crew and the USA. Those are the 3 crews, barely a meter between them.
Infuocata la battaglia per le medaglie, questa nella finale del doppio maschile, con gli Stati Uniti che in acqua 4 in questo momento stanno mettendo la loro prua avanti, ma di pochissimo. Italia 1, Luca Rambaldi, Matteo Sartori tengono il contatto strettissimo con gli avversari. La Cina 1 ha provato a scappare, ma è stata risucchiata dagli avversari, è lì di fianco, pericolosissima, come è pericolosa comunque anche la prua dell'Australia che vediamo inquadrata lì a 3/4 di imbarcazione, un pochino più staccate acqua 5 acqua 6. In acqua 5 il secondo equipaggio italiano con i giovani Tedoldi Peretti che hanno fatto un'ottima partenza, ma adesso stanno pagando la velocità dei battistrada.
Well, I think the 3 medalists are already decided, but which colour is which? China, Italy and the USA continue to lead just. Come on, Niamh, give us the latest.
These boats certainly putting on a show for us all here. At the moment, it is Italy 1 who have moved back into the lead. And as I say that, USA have made a little bit of a burst. They have got their bow in line. They're just coming up to me now at 1,500 meters. It keeps going back and forth between Italy 1 and USA. What a race going on here outside my window. In that bronze position, as you said, Robert, China 1 looking quite safe relief now as Australia move back into that 4th position, and then back to Italy 2 and Czech Republic for 5th and 6th. But this is phenomenal. It is going back and forth between Italy 1 and USA. They're matching each other in terms of rate here, up at 38. We've seen the Italian crews rating well over the 40, so let's see if they start to go up here now as they head into the last 250 meters or so. And here they go. Their speed's gone up, their rate's going up. Let's see if USA can hang on, but at the moment it's Italy 1 who have now moved into the lead.
A lot of people around me up in the tower are cheering for Italy 1. A lot of people out on the banks of Lake Varese cheering for Italy 1. They still have it just. USA right alongside then. China 1 in 3rd.
E allora ragazzi, fateci sognare in casa, perché in casa ha tutto un profumo più bello. Gli azzurri, Matteo Sartori, Luca Rambaldi vanno all'assalto dei colossi degli Stati Uniti d'America, ed ecco quindi Forza Italia, Forza Azzurri, lo sentiamo forte e chiaro. Luca Rambaldi e Matteo Sartori vanno ancora una volta a scrivere un'ulteriore pagina indelebile del canottaggio italiano, facendo strappare le lacrime ancora tutti sulla tribuna della Schiranna. La vittoria della Coppa del Mondo è tutta azzurra.
Yes, they take the win. It's quite an emotional time up here, I can tell you. But Italy won, absolutely superb, hanging on to take that gold medal ahead of the USA taking silver. People's Republic of China won, take the bronze. So it's gold to Italy, silver USA, bronze China won. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's double sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Director of World Rowing,
il direttore esecutivo di World Rowing,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
accompagnato da
the President of the Italian Rowing Federation,
il presidente della Federazione Italiana Canottaggio, Giuseppe Abbagnale.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitrici della medaglia di bronzo,
France. France, represented by
Francia, rappresentata da
Margot Bayeux, Emma Lunati, Winners of the silver medal,
Vincitrici della medaglia d'argento.
the United States of America. The USA, represented by
Stati Uniti d'America, rappresentati da
Christina Wagner, Sofia Vitas, winners of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leaders,
vincitrici della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China, represented by
Cina, rappresentata da
Lu Shiyu, Shen Shuangmei, Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Our next final is the lightweight women's double sculls.
Ed ora la prossima finale, il doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
In lane 1, Italy.
In acqua 1 l'Italia con la campionessa olimpica di bardello Federica Cesarini a capovoga, Silvia Crosio torinese al secondo carrello.
In lane 2, Canada, Jill Moffat and Jennifer Casson.
In acqua 2 il Canada.
In lane 3, USA 1, Michelle Sexer and Molly Reckford.
E in acqua 3 gli Stati Uniti d'America.
Lane 4, Great Britain, Emily Craig and Imogen Grant.
In acqua 4 la Gran Bretagna.
Lane 5, France, Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais.
Ed eccole qui le vicecampionesse olimpiche in acqua 5 la Francia.
Lane 6, China 1, Zhu Jiaqi and Zhu Xuping. And the starters' orders for the final of the lightweight women's double sculls. The red light turns to green and they're underway. 2,000 meters from gold. Italy, Canada, USA won, Great Britain, France and China won.
Chi vincerà la medaglia d'oro in questa specialità tanto ambita, il doppio pesi leggeri femminile tra Italia, Canada, Stati Uniti, Gran Bretagna, Francia e Cina. Una delle regate più attese nel programma pesi leggeri, perché di fatto è l'unica possibilità per partecipare ai Giochi Olimpici nella categoria pesi leggeri. È rimasto solo il doppio PL ed è l'unica specialità che registra sempre grande interesse per riuscire a sognare i 500 cerchi. Lo sta interpretando benissimo in questo momento la Francia che il prossimo anno si troverà ad ospitare i giochi in casa e che quindi vuole farsi trovare molto pronta. Fu alla grande protagonista anche a Tokyo con una medaglia d'argento alle spalle dell'Italia di Valentina Rodini e Federica Cesarini. Federica Cesarini oggi è ancora la titolare lì a capovoga nella formazione azzurra. Ottima azione della Francia. Io però vi suggerirei di tenere sott'occhio anche la Gran Bretagna. Gran Bretagna ha cambiato direzione tecnica, ha cambiato allenatore, ha chiamato al servizio un tecnico australiano molto bravo, Andrew Randall, che probabilmente sta importando un nuovo sistema. Vedremo i risultati tra 2000 metri.
Well, Italy and France are fastest out of the blocks, but Italy are falling back a little bit now here. France just maintaining their lead ahead of the boat from Great Britain in lane 4. Emily Craig and Imogen Grant, who set a world best time in their semi-final yesterday. So all eyes will be on them as they head down towards 600 meters. It's still France just out in front, ahead of Great Britain in second, USA 1 in third.
E ancora l'azione della Francia davanti alla Gran Bretagna per le prime due piazze. Stati Uniti d'America cercano di trovare la giusta energia sul passo, trovando velocità, ma attenzione perché in questo momento l'Italia è dietro al sesto posto, quindi dovrà veramente iniziare a spingere cambiando marcia nei secondi 1000 metri, qualora volesse provare a risalire la china per andare all'assalto di una medaglia almeno di bronzo.
Well, Italy have dropped all the way back to the rear, but there's only just over 2 seconds separating them from the leaders, France, and the positions are changing all the time. This is such a close one, Robert Trahan-Jones.
Yes, Tarantola and Beauvais for France. They haven't beaten Craig and Grant since the Tokyo Olympics. They're trying to reverse the result from the Europeans 3 weeks ago, where the GB double took gold ahead of bronze for France. But even as I'm describing the scene, Emily Craig and Imogen Grant have come steaming up behind the French and the Americans. Michelle Sexer and Molly Reckford want to be in with the mix as well. The Americans who took silver behind Great Britain at last year's World Championship, so there's a wealth of talent out there in the middle of the lake, and these three doubles within a whisker of each other as the second half opens up.
Sulla linea dei 1000 metri sono 3 le imbarcazioni allineate, la Francia che cerca con le vice campione olimpiche di scappare avanti, ma Gran Bretagna, le campionesse mondiali in carica, tenta il sorpasso. Nella lotta tra i due equipaggi si inserisce anche la formazione americana lì all'acqua 3 affiancando i due battistrada, quindi una bella lotta aperta, un po' più arretrato ma comunque da tenere in considerazione anche l'equipaggio della Cina 1 all'acqua 6 che prova a riagganciare il terzetto di testa.
Disappointing scull for Olympic champion Federica Cesarini in the stroke seat of the Italian boat with her new partner. A little bit off the race pace being set by the leaders. It's the Americans who head strongly into the third quarter ahead of Great Britain and France, Niamh.
Absolutely, Robert. USA now pulling away from Great Britain at this point in the race. Now, yesterday in the semis, Great Britain at around this point put in a big push. So let's see if they start to do that now. France, after falling back into that bronze medal position, but again in the semis yesterday, they did that at this point in the race yesterday, and then they had a blistering final quarter. So let's see what happens as they head up towards me here at 1500 meters. It is very much still USA 1. Very interesting to see all top three boats here rating exactly the same, 37 strokes per minute. And here come Great Britain trying to put on that little bit of a push now to make sure that USA don't get too far ahead. USA, though, still hanging on to the lead, but Great Britain is certainly doing all they can to try and comfort them, including upping their rate now to 38. France still in that bronze medal position. Then back to China, 1 in 4th. We have Canada in 5th and Italy in that 6th position. But Great Britain here really starting to come now for USA 1, who are just about holding on to that gold position. But Great Britain are coming. France still holding on to that bronze position. Rob, I don't know what's going to happen.
No, well, that's the excitement about racing, about sport generally, isn't it? You never really know until it gets down to the end, unless there's a big lead opened up, but there isn't yet. It's still USA. Great Britain have moved back into second with France in there as well. This is really going to go all the way down to the wire.
E ora in chiusura si vola verso la vittoria, ve l'avevo annunciata al terzo colpo ed ora la grande bagarre fino alla fine. Sarà la Gran Bretagna oppure saranno gli Stati Uniti d'America? Nel mezzo la Francia che prova in tutti i modi a trovare il giusto giro quando il cambio di allenatore può far la differenza, ed ecco quindi Stati Uniti, Gran Bretagna, poi la Francia per le prime 3 posizioni.
Well, it's still USA. They just look across to check as Great Britain put on a huge spurt here for the line. They're absolutely bow ball to bow ball coming down to the line. Great Britain just pushing ahead. I think they may have got it. It was so close. We'll have to wait for the official results. But USA and Great Britain absolutely side by side. The gold goes to Great Britain ahead of a USA with silver. France take bronze. What a final for the lightweight women's double sculls. Great Britain gold, USA silver, France bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's double sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione doppio senior maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Frida Svensson, accompanied by
accompagnata da
Minister of the Economy,
il ministro dell'economia del governo italiano, Giancarlo Giorgetti.
winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
The People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China, represented by
Cina, rappresentata da
Liu Jiyu, Zhang Liang, winners of the silver medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
the United States of America. The USA, represented by
Stati Uniti d'America, rappresentati da
Sorin Koshik, Benjamin Davison, winners of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leaders,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Italy! Italy, represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Luca Rambaldi, Matteo Sartori,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
fatevi sentire per i nostri vincitori.
Next, it's the A final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
Ed ora la prossima grande sfida, la finale A del doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
In lane 1, China 2, Yao Zhihang and Zhu Bohao.
In acqua 1 la Cina,
Lane 2, Switzerland, Jan Schauble and Rafael Ahumada Ireland.
in acqua 2 la Svizzera,
Lane 3, Italy,
e in acqua 3 abbiamo l'Italia con Stefano Oppo e Gabriel Soares da Daverio.
Lane 4, France, Hugo Beret and Ferdinand Ludwig. Lane 5, China 1, Fan Zhongji and Sun Man. And lane 6, Germany, Paul Leerkamp and Jonathan Rommelmann.
Diamo nuovamente uno sguardo alla griglia di partenza. Cina, Svizzera, Italia, Francia, Cina, Germania.
Underway in the final of the lightweight men's double sculls. It's China 2 in lane 1. Lane 2 is Switzerland. Lane 3, Italy. France in lane 4. China 1 in lane 5. Germany in lane 6. All off to a good start. Perhaps the French just getting out of the blocks the quickest.
Una partenza di quelle esplosive, nuovamente la stessa strategia. Questa è la storia cinese di questa seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Provano a fuggire come le lepri, ma poi gli azzurri rientrano come degli schiacciasassi per trovare nuovamente una nuova chance di medaglia. Cina, Svizzera, Italia, Francia sono queste le 4 nazioni che subito forti fuori dai blocchi cercano di tirare la volata. Quando si è davanti diventa tutto più facile. Cina, Francia in questo momento cercano di tirare. Italia e Svizzera provano ad agganciare e aiutandosi a vicenda vanno all'assalto della Cina in questi primi 500 metri per riuscire a cercare il giusto giro. Ed eccoli lì i nostri azzurri, Stefano Oppo con Gabriel Soares che è diventato cittadino della provincia di Varese, trasferendo la sua residenza ad Averio per potersi allenare sul lago di Varese durante l'assenza delle collegiali. Quando non sono in ritiro con la nazionale olimpica si allena sulle acque di questo lago e su questo lago vuole essere protagonista.
They've got off to a heck of a flyer here. They're already through 500 meters and there's really nothing to separate them. 6 crews less than a second apart.
Ancora al passaggio dei primi 500 metri con Cina, Francia e Italia in meno di mezzo secondo a contendersi le piazze che contano, ma ora esce l'allenamento ed ecco che la preparazione agonistica diventa essenziale. Quando l'acido lattico inizia a farsi sentire la reazione è fondamentale, ce lo potrà spiegare molto bene, forte della sua grande competenza tecnica, Rossano Galtarossa ai 1000 metri, la leggenda con noi per questo fine settimana, medaglia d'oro alle Olimpiadi di Sydney 2000. Ecco Svizzera, Italia tirare con Francia e Cina che cercano comunque di rimanere in contatto.
Just through 800 meters. Robert, when do you think things might change? Someone might make a little push.
The hallmarks of lightweight double sculls, isn't it, Rob? Both for men and for women, the margins are so tight. And that's one of the big disappointments when we see these events disappear from the Olympic program after Paris next year. Then close finishes like that for these boat classes are going to be a thing of the past. The crew's approaching us now at halfway. It's Schäuble and Ahumada Ireland who appear to have the upper hand by almost half a boat length. Ahead of Oppo and Soares, the local men from here in Italy, Burri and Ludwig, last year's World Championships, slipping through for 3rd place for France, ahead of the early leaders from China.
La finale del doppio peso leggero maschile è sempre una gara di altissima intensità, anche in questo caso partenza infuocata, ha provato la Cina a scappare, ma adesso a metà percorso viene fuori l'equipaggio che finora ha vinto la prima gara di Coppa del Mondo e anche il campionato europeo, tra l'altro titolo continentale conquistato davanti alla coppia azzurra Oppo Soares. Adesso è la Svizzera che prende il comando della gara con un ritmo infuocato, ma i nostri azzurri, Stefano Oppo già bronzo alle Olimpiadi e Gabriel Soares, il capovoga l'anno scorso campione del mondo nel singolo, sanno che non possono far scappare gli avversari, quindi mantengono il contatto, sono in seconda posizione in questo momento.
Well, of course, we're missing the Irish world champions from this lineup. Paul O'Donovan has the priority with his medical exams right now, so Schäuble and Ahumada Ireland are seizing the opportunity to forge ahead inside the third quarter and stake their claim to the gold medal here at the World Cup regatta. But determined to prove it otherwise, Italy and France are in hot pursuit, Niamh.
They absolutely are here. As I look out the 1500 metre window here, it is Switzerland, fastest moving boat out on the course. They just have about a length here over second place. Italy at the moment, they are looking very strong here. Both crews up around that 39 strokes per minute. At the moment in that bronze position, it is France, followed closely by China 1. Then back in fifth, we have Germany and China 2 in that sixth position. Yesterday in the semis, we saw a big battle between Italy and China 1. Italy put a massive push in at the end of the race. So let's see if they start to do that now at the moment. But Switzerland here upping their rate, upping the speed. They are opening up a little bit more of a lead now over Italy. France still in that third position. France as well put in a massive push at the finish yesterday, and we can see that now as their rate goes up, Rob.
Yes, trying to keep the Chinese at bay in fourth place. So are these the podium spots then? Switzerland, Italy, France, but in what order?
Ed ora si può far la differenza. Svizzera a comandare, l'Italia è seconda, ma se la Schiranna si facesse sentire per davvero, si potrebbe andare all'assalto anche della medaglia d'oro. Attenzione alla Svizzera che continua lì davanti a fare l'andatura con questa coppia campione d'Europa. Attenzione al pericolo della Francia che cerca il sorpasso sugli azzurri, ma Stefano e Gabriel non ci stanno in una corsa stratosferica verso il traguardo. Ed eccoli quindi, vittoria della Svizzera, punta a punta per l'argento e il bronzo tra l'Italia e la Francia. L'oro va alla Svizzera, l'argento per un soffio alla Francia, bronzo all'Italia.
Yeah, Switzerland take the gold, France with silver, Italy with bronze, and an absolutely thrilling final of the lightweight men's double sculls. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Patrick Rombo, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Organizing Committee President and Mayor of Varese,
il presidente del comitato organizzatore e sindaco di Varese, Davide Galimberti.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
France. France represented by
Francia, rappresentata da
Laura Tarantola, Claire Beauvais. Winners of the silver medal.
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
The United States of America. The USA, represented by
Stati Uniti d'America, rappresentati da
Michelle Sexer, Molly Rackford, winners of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leaders.
vincitrici della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Emily Craig, Imogen Grant, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Facciamoci sentire per le nostre vincitrici. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump back to the next race. Will be the A final for the PR3 mixed double. Ed è tempo di tornare in partenza per la prossima finale con il settore paralimpico mondiale, la finale del doppio PR3 mix. Formazioni già schierate in partenza. In lane 1, Brazil, Priscilla Berretto de Souza, Janiro Natale Frodlik Klug. In lane 2, Great Britain, Samuel Murray, Annabel Kadik. In lane 3, Australia, Jed Al-Shavaker, Nicky Ayers. In lane 4, Brazil 1. Diana Cristina Barcelos de Oliveira, Valenti de Silva Jr. In lane 5, Ukraine, Stanislav Samolyuk, Daria Kotik. And in lane 6, Italy, Elisa Corda, Gianfilippo Mirabile. Per ricapitolare i nastri di partenza: Brasile, Gran Bretagna, Australia, Brasile, Ucraina e Italia. Semaforo verde, si parte, si vola con questa finale del doppio PR3 mix, un'altra corsa che andrà ad assegnare le medaglie d'oro, d'argento, di bronzo di questa seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Subito forte il Brasile, che sta cercando una nuova conferma dopo essere stato grande protagonista anche nella specialità del singolo femminile, con una coppia più che collaudata, classe 1988 per Diana Cristina Barcelos de Oliveira con Valenti de Silva Jr, classe 89. Pensate, la capovoga nata il giorno di Natale, il 25 di dicembre, e lei che ancora una volta prova a fare la differenza su questa imbarcazione insieme a Gran Bretagna ed Australia, che in questo momento lottano per la seconda e terza posizione. A minute in and we've just seen Brazil going out pretty fast from the blocks together with Australia and Ukraine for the first 3 spots here on Lake Varese with the PR3 mixed double. Wonderful start from Australia, Brazil and Ukraine. Una partenza davvero eccellente per queste 3 formazioni. L'Australia che sta cercando di rinvenire, portandosi sotto sulla formazione del Brasile per la terza posizione. L'Ucraina cerca di tallonare il gruppo di testa con il passaggio dei primi 500 metri. Potremo di fatto avere una posizione chiara di quello che sta succedendo sul campo. Ve l'avevamo annunciata ed eccola qua anche col cronometro. Il Brasile che è lì a fare l'andatura sull'Australia, terza piazza per l'Ucraina, standing 500 meters. Then we've got Brazil, Australia and Ukraine currently leading this final. Brazil that's really neck and neck with Australia. Australia that's trying to push back, and Australia is now approaching, trying to pass the Brazilian crew. Ancora una bellissima prova per l'Australia, che schiera una formazione nuova, una formazione che si allena da 10 giorni sul lago di Varese a Gavirate presso lo European Training Center, la loro casa lontano da casa, the home away from home for all the Australian athletes training on Lake Varese. Quindi l'Australia che cerca di fare il gran controllo davanti al Brasile e l'Ucraina in questa prima frazione di gara. Ci stiamo avvicinando ai 1000 metri, so Robert, over to you.
Well, the form book has Brazil and Ukraine coming into this regatta with so much success behind them, the silver and bronze from last year's World Championships. But into this furnace steps Nicky Ayers and Jed Altrager, the new Australian lineup, and they recorded the fastest time of these 6 boats in Friday heats. We always knew there was going to be fireworks from this double, and that's the way it's proving in the final, as they lead by almost 1 clear boat length ahead of Brazil for gold and silver, approaching the halfway mark. Ukraine looking pretty solid in 3rd position. Behind them, Annabelle Caddick and Sam Murray, the new British lineup that took the bronze at the Europeans 3 weeks ago. Then we've got a little gap of clear water before we get to Brazil 2 out on the far side.
Partenza bruciante da parte del Brasile, equipaggio A, che ha cercato di scappare avanti, ma l'esperienza soprattutto della prodiera dell'Australia, quarta ai Giochi Olimpici, ha permesso all'imbarcazione di prendere una velocità importante e il sorpasso si è perfezionato alla boa dei 750 metri, quindi ora a condurre è la formazione australiana all'acqua 3 che sta incrementando di palata in palata il proprio vantaggio. Molto buona la velocità dello scafo australiano con un ritmo di colpi controllato per quello che può essere una finale di Coppa del Mondo, ma un'azione molto efficace e quindi una barca di vantaggio in questo momento.
Disappointing race for Corda and Mirabile, the Italian lineup on the grandstand side in lane 6. I think they might well have had equipment failure because they are just out of the race pace way back in 6. But forging ahead into the third quarter go Ayres and Altschwager. Neve.
They are absolutely forging ahead here now as they start to approach 1,400 metres in this final of the PR3 mixed double sculls. Staying nice and steady with their 34 strokes per minute here. Then in that second place, Brazil still hanging in there. Really good speed here as well. And again, steady down at 33 strokes per minute. There is 20 metres between first and second place there at the moment. Then in that third position, it was kind of a toss-up between Ukraine and Great Britain, but Ukraine now moving in to that third position now. They're just coming up passing me here at 1,500 metres, but looking out at the Australians here, they just look so much in control here, and they are just looking back the course at the rest of the field here, and they're able to respond to any pushes that anyone is giving. And as I say that, they've upped their speed here, keeping the rate at 34, but the power is on here now as they head into their final 350 metres or so. Still in that second place, it is the crew from Brazil here now, trying to match the Australian speed, but I'm not sure if they'll have enough water. But great battle here for the bronze. At the moment, it's still Ukraine, but Great Britain not too far behind them now at all, Rob.
No, Great Britain are hanging on in there, aren't they? But Ukraine still keeping that gap, trying to maintain their podium place. But Australia out in front ahead of Brazil and then Ukraine.
Ancora una volta un'occasione per vedere l'Australia sfrecciare sul lago di Varese davanti al Brasile e l'Ucraina con posizioni oramai nette. Solo l'Inghilterra potrebbe provare a rientrare sulla coppia australiana ancora all'esterno per una possibile medaglia di bronzo, ma l'Australia solitaria se ne va, saluta gli avversari, cerca ancora di allungare il margine di vantaggio, non si accontenta della vittoria, vorrebbe registrare anche il record del mondo ed eccoli quindi in chiusura i due canguri australiani che vanno così a conquistare la medaglia d'oro.
Yeah, that gold medal is going to go the way of Australia here in lane 3 as Nikki Ayres and Jed Altschwager head down towards the line. They've taken the gold medal. What about the battle for silver and bronze? Silver is going to go to Brazil 1. Now there is a real battle going on for bronze, and I think just coming through here in lane 5, Ukraine hang on to that third position. They push Great Britain out of the medal spot, so it's gold to Australia, Brazil takes silver, and Ukraine bronze. the victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Director World Rowing,
il direttore esecutivo di World Rowing,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
accompagnato da
the Deputy Mayor of Varese,
il vice sindaco di Varese, Ivana Perusin.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Stefano Oppo, Gabriel Soares,
winners of the silver medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
France. France represented by
Francia, rappresentata da
Hugo Beret, Ferdinand Ludwig, winners of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leaders,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Switzerland. Switzerland represented by
Svizzera, rappresentata da
Jan Schobler, Rafael Ahumada, Ireland, let's hear it for our medalists.
Fatevi sentire per i nostri medagliati. Un po' più forte per gli azzurri, eh?
Our next race on the Lago di Varese is the final of the women's 4.
La prossima finale su questo lago è il 4 senza femminile.
In lane 1, China 1, Zhang Shuxian, Liu Xiaoxin, Wang Zifeng, and Zhu Xingye. In lane 2, Denmark, Julie Poulsen, Mary Skate Hauberg Johansson, Frida Sangard Nielsen, and Astrid Steinsberg. Lane 3, Australia 1, Georgia Patton, Katrina Ueri, Sarah Hoare, and Lucy Stefan. Lane 4, the United States of America, Molly Brueggemann, Kelsey Relic, Madeleine Wanamaker, and Claire Collins. Lane 5, Great Britain 1, Heidi Long, Helen Glover, Samantha Redgrave, and Rebecca Shorten. And lane 6, Canada 2, Jessica Sevick, Cassidy Dean, Morgan Rosts, and Kirsten Edwards.
Ricapitolando la griglia di partenza, Cina, Danimarca, Australia, Stati Uniti, Gran Bretagna e Canada per la finale del 4 senza femminile.
And they're underway in the greatly anticipated A final of the women's 4, China 1, Denmark, Australia 1, USA, Great Britain 1, and Canada 2. And there's loads of experience spread throughout this race in various boats. Quickest start was Australia 1 in lane 3. Keep a close eye on Great Britain, a lot of experience in that boat. Also Denmark starting well.
Una partenza eccellente per la Danimarca che insieme all'Australia sta cercando di costruire la parte centrale di questa partenza. La voglia è quella di trovare il giusto ritmo, ma attenzione alla Cina che ancora una volta è partita fortissimo, quindi gli Stati Uniti d'America, Stati Uniti, Australia che in questo momento se la tirano a vicenda con la terza posizione che potrebbe ancora una volta andare a premiare la Gran Bretagna, ma attenzione perché l'Australia nella passata edizione dei Giochi Olimpici in questa specialità si laureò campione assoluto con la vittoria della medaglia d'oro ai Giochi giapponesi. L'Australia in questa occasione è un po' più indebolita perché ha preso uno dei suoi talenti del 4 senza per spostarlo sul 2 senza, come vi raccontavamo all'inizio di questa mattinata, quindi un 4 senza un po' più leggero, con meno wattaggio, ma che comunque riesce ad essere lì tra le protagoniste. Quindi Australia con Gran Bretagna per la prima parte di gara.
Well, China 1 were keeping their stroke rate pretty high until just a short while ago, trying to establish themselves on this. It's working to an extent, just taking up the lead now. It's Great Britain 1 in lane 5, USA coming alongside. It's battling really neck and neck. China 1 are now moving up as well. It's really close here, coming through the first 500-meter mark. Great Britain 1 ahead of the USA, and then it's China 1.
Ancora posizioni che continuano a cambiare, continuano ad invertirsi. Da un lato in corsia 5 gli Stati Uniti d'America con la Gran Bretagna provano in tutti i modi a trovare il giusto giro per andare ad essere leader indiscussi. La Gran Bretagna vuole assolutamente imporsi sugli Stati Uniti d'America che però in questo momento sembrano essere più leggeri. Un'azione bella, incisiva, pulita, pennellata per la formazione degli Stati Uniti d'America. Viaggiano a 18,8 metri al secondo, attenzione alla velocità, 38-37 i colpi al minuto, sono pressoché identiche le due formazioni che ancora continuano con questo valzer di prue eccezionale. Will it be Great Britain o USA?
Good question. I'm not going to answer that. But they are absolutely side by side. China won and Australia won, right in the mix as well. Robert?
Yeah, just 1/10 of a second separated the Americans and Great Britain in yesterday's semi-final. The Americans have got their nose back in front ahead of Great Britain. Both crews pumping the strokes in 38 strokes a minute, but the Americans have the slightly higher boat speed at the moment. The Americans who reshuffled this crew from the 8 and the pair last year. Great Britain have plucked these athletes out of the silver medal European 8. They've got Helen Glover on board in the 2-seat. A double Olympic champion in the pair, and with that sort of driving force, no wonder they're right up in contention, but it's the Americans leading.
A metà percorso Danimarca a parte, è molto compatto il gruppo dei 4 senza femminili che hanno transitato alla boa dei 1000. Stati Uniti e Gran Bretagna si stanno contendendo la leadership di questa finale. Stati Uniti che cerca di scappare avanti, la Gran Bretagna campione del mondo in carica per 3/4 della formazione attualmente in gara, cerca di non far guadagnare troppo spazio alle avversarie. L'acqua 4, Stati Uniti in questo momento ha ancora qualche metro di vantaggio, ma insiste la Gran Bretagna all'acqua 5 e deve fare attenzione a Cina 1 in acqua 1 che prova ad impensierire le battistrada.
This is a sustained burn from the Americans. They want to see off the opposition. Their boat speed is that little bit higher than the Great Britain boat in the lane to their right, pushing away into the third quarter down to Neve.
Oh, what an exciting race happening outside my window. It is USA leading it out just ahead of Great Britain here. Amazing battle here for the bronze medal, though, between Australia and China 1. It was China 1 that was holding steady in that bronze position. But as we saw yesterday in the semi-final, Australia put in a massive push in the last quarter, and that is what they have done now again today to move themselves into that bronze medal position. Amazing stuff here. USA are upping it. They're up to 40 strokes a minute. Their speed has gone up. Great Britain just starting to fall behind ever so slightly in terms of speed. So there is that little bit of a gap now between USA and Great Britain. But Australia now in a very comfortable third position. China still within contention here, but Australia really working hard here. But this is incredible stuff out of USA, Rob.
Yeah, isn't it? They're causing all sorts of problems for the boats that are now behind them, and that's Great Britain 1 and Australia 1. China 1 have dropped back just a little bit, but they're really keeping up with Australia 1 for that final medal position.
Attenzione agli Stati Uniti d'America che con la Gran Bretagna vogliono andare a portarsi a casa l'oro e l'argento, ma per il bronzo l'Australia lotta insieme alla Cina in un assalto conclusivo. 4 formazioni per le prime 3 piazze. A chi andrà la medaglia di bronzo? All'Australia o alla Cina? Ma nel mentre gli Stati Uniti d'America fanno i buchi nel lago di Varese in una grande corsa conclusiva, l'assalto all'oro.
It's going to be USA 1 coming down to take this one from lane 4. USA going to take it by a whole length there, ahead of Great Britain, who take the silver. And the bronze goes across to Australia 1 in lane 3. It's gold USA, silver Great Britain 1, and bronze Australia 1. And a new World Cup best time for the crew from the USA of 6 minutes 17.55. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the PR3 mixed double sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione del doppio mix PR3.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Patrick Rombo, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Vice President of the region of Lombardy,
il vicepresidente per Regione Lombardia, Giacomo Cosentino.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo,
Ukraine. Ukraine, represented by
Ucraina rappresentata da
Stanislav Samolyuk, Daria Kotik, winners of the silver medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Brazil. Brazil, represented by
Brasile, rappresentato da
Diana Cristina Barcelos de Oliveira, Valdeni da Silva Jr., winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Australia. Australia, represented by
Australia, rappresentata da
Nikki Ayers, Jed Ortsfrager, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Next on the water is the final of the men's 4.
Ed ecco la nostra prossima finale, il 4 senza maschile.
In lane 1, Italy 2.
Alessandro Bonamoneta, Davide Verità, Giovanni Codato, Paolo Covini.
In lane 2, France 1, Thibaut Turland, Guillaume Turland, Benoit Brunet and Theo Rael. Lane 3, Great Britain, Oliver Wilkes, David Ambler, Matthew Aldridge, Freddie Davidson. Lane 4, the USA, Michael Grady, Nicholas Mead, Christopher Carlson, Liam Corrigan. Lane 5, Australia, Alexander Purnell, Spencer Tarin, Jack Hargreaves and Alexander Hill. And in lane 6, China 1, Li Wenye, Chen Xianfeng, Zhu Xiao and Kai Peng Peng. The crews are underway in this A final of the men's 4. Italy 2 are in lane 1 alongside France 1 in lane 2. Then it's Great Britain in lane 3, USA in lane 4, Australia lane 5, China 1 in lane 6. Quickest out of the blocks, possibly China 1 with Italy 2 on the far side, not far behind.
Una gara davvero entusiasmante, una di quelle gare che vogliamo andare a seguire per tutto il percorso, perché in corsia 1 c'è l'Italia con una formazione che per 3/4 rappresenta la provincia di Varese. Paolo Covini, Giovanni Codato, cresciuti alla Canottieri Gavirate, Davide Verità della Canottieri Monate con il Ligure della società sportiva Murcarolo, Alessandro Bonamoneta, insieme a rappresentare l'Italia nel 4 senza maschile. Al centro della scena l'Australia, campione olimpica in carica con la formazione che ritorna alle origini con il capovoga Alexander Hill che ritorna a guidare una delle imbarcazioni più prestigiose, ma al centro anche la Gran Bretagna che per oltre 20 anni ha conquistato la medaglia d'oro ai Giochi Olimpici in questa gloriosa specialità del 4 senza. Al comando sono i colori della Cina, ma non fatevi impensierire, con Australia e Gran Bretagna che in questo momento sono lì per la seconda e terza piazza. Italia in questa frazione è quinta.
So much experience in that Australian boat, the Olympic champions from Tokyo. They're currently just trailing Great Britain now in second place. So Great Britain leading the way ahead of Australia. Then it's the People's Republic of China, just alongside then the USA. Italy 2 just behind them, with France 1 taking up the rear. But I say taking up the rear, they're less than 2 3/4 seconds behind the leaders, Great Britain, as they come up to the 800-metre mark. Over to you, Robert Trahan-Jones.
When Great Britain met Australia in yesterday's semi-final, many waterside pundits regarded that as the final, but into this heady mix come the Americans, who built this 4 out of athletes from a whole variety of their sweep squad from last year, the pair, the 4, the 8, and they're right in there in the mix. But it's Great Britain who have the advantage over Australia once again, so the world and European champions leading the Olympic champions as we approach the halfway mark.
Si ripropone l'eterno confronto tra Gran Bretagna e Australia nella finale del 4 senza. In questo momento è la formazione inglese a far l'andatura, ha provato a forzare la Cina, ma è gioco delle due formazioni anglosassoni, questa l'Inghilterra davanti, l'Inghilterra campione europeo in carica, per 50% la formazione è anche campione del mondo in carica. L'Australia, campione olimpico in carica, cerca di non far scappare gli acerrimi avversari.
Well, this is a brave performance from the Chinese on the grandstand side. The slower qualifier from yesterday's semi, they've done to keep up with the pace that is being set by the race leaders. But Great Britain now leading Australia, and just with 1 length advantage ahead of the USA, who I think are breaking clear of the tail enders. Neve.
They are indeed. There's like 2 separate races going on here, but Australia have come on now. They are dead even with Great Britain now as they come towards the 1300 metre mark. Australia are a little bit quicker here in their boat speed. They're rating up around that 40 strokes per minute. Great Britain a little bit steadier at 37, 38. But the fight that is going on here on the water is absolutely incredible to watch. Great Britain now just after moving back into that lead ahead of Australia. Australia still very much there with them though, and it is USA in that bronze medal position with Italy 2 then after moving back along with China 1 and France 1, but just passing me here now at the 1500 metre mark. Great Britain are after upping their power. The speed has gone up and that has put them back into the lead here now. Yesterday we did see in the semi-finals Great Britain having a storming last 500 metres, and it is exactly what is happening here now again. They're down at 39 strokes per minute. Australia are up over 40 now at this stage, both of them matching their boat speed, but it is Great Britain that are now leading Australia, followed in by USA in 3rd place, Rob.
It's exciting, isn't it? So Great Britain, can they hang on to that lead? Australia are going to try and make sure they don't, but they might be the gold and silver because USA just that little bit further behind, and then a gap opening up between them and Italy too in 4th.
Una marcia trionfale verso il traguardo nell'imbarcazione più prestigiosa del canottaggio. Australia e Gran Bretagna, 2 colossi assoluti a sfidarsi per l'oro alla Coppa del Mondo. Una medaglia pesantissima. All'esterno la Gran Bretagna attacca pericolosamente l'Australia che rinviene qui in acqua numero 5. Attenzione, l'oro e l'argento, le medaglie più belle in questa del 4 senza tra Gran Bretagna e Australia.
Great Britain are being pushed all the way by Australia. Australia are moving up alongside, but Great Britain take gold by half a length ahead of Australia, who take the silver, and the bronze medal will go to the USA. So it's gold to Great Britain, silver Australia, bronze the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 4.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione 4 senza femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Frida Svensson, accompanied by
accompagnata da
Board Member of the Federation of Italian Rowing,
il consigliere della Federazione Italiana Canottaggio, Sara Bertolasi.
winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Australia! Australia represented by
Australia rappresentata da
Georgia Patton, Katrina Werry, Sarah Hoare, Lucy Stefan, winners of the silver medal.
vincitrici della medaglia d'argento.
Great Britain! Great Britain, represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Heidi Long, Helen Glover, Samantha Redgrave, Rebecca Shorten, winners of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leaders.
vincitrici della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
The United States of America. The USA represented by
Stati Uniti d'America rappresentati da
Molly Brueggemann, Kelsey Rielich, Madeleine Wanamaker, Claire Collins, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Next on the water is the final of the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4.
La prossima finale del nostro programma è la finale paralimpica del 4 con.
In lane 1, Great Britain, Francesca Allen, Guido Rakowskaita, Morgan Feisnoys, Edward Fuller and Erin Kennedy. Lane 2, Italy.
In acqua 2 l'Italia con Luca Conti, Tommaso Schettino, Carolina Foresti, Greta Muti e Flavio Grasselli al timone.
And lane 3 is France. Erika Sozo, Grégoire Biraud, Jérôme Amelin, Margot Boulet, Emily Akistapas. And they're underway in this final of the PR3 Mixed Cox 4. These three crews will all get medals, but which colour? For Great Britain in lane 1, Italy in lane 2, France in lane 3. Italy with just the fastest start, but they've all got off well.
Una partenza davvero speciale, questa del 4 con PR3, la lotta alle medaglie tra Gran Bretagna, Italia e Francia, e subito fuori dai blocchi stanno viaggiando sulla stessa linea. A livello di totopronostici, Gran Bretagna e Francia dovrebbero avere qualche vantaggio in più sugli azzurri, ma ovviamente tutto può succedere perché ogni gara ha una storia a sé. Partita benissimo la Gran Bretagna, subito a frullare con un ritmo incisivo, una formazione tutta giovane, classe 2002-2003, atlete che vanno a rimpolpare la fortissima squadra para-rowing dell'Inghilterra. Davanti alla Francia per la terza posizione c'è l'Italia, ancora tutto da costruire. Vi ricordo ancora Gran Bretagna, Francia e Italia per la prima frazione.
So around 400 metres gone now. Great Britain just working their way into the lead. And it's France outside in lane 3 in second place. Italy just a little bit further back, coming up to the 500 metre mark. Very little in it. All three crews keeping pace with one another. Great Britain just ahead of Italy and France.
Ancora un bellissimo margine di vantaggio al passaggio dei primi 500 metri per la Gran Bretagna, con 1 secondo e 35 sulla Francia. L'Italia è terza a 4 secondi, un primo crono che penalizza un po' la formazione azzurra, ma che potrebbe tentare nei secondi 1000 metri di accorciare questo gap che di fatto li separa dalla testa del gruppo, con la Gran Bretagna davvero fuori i giri, una velocità assoluta rispetto agli altri.
Still Great Britain just out in front. Robert, over to you.
Well, it's not often these days that any one nation can own a particular event in rowing, but that's the way it seems to have panned out for Great Britain with the PR3 Mixed Cox 4 over the last decade or more. This crew come into this event as the reigning world and European champions. 2 members of the crew survived from the Paralympic gold medal crew in Tokyo 2 years ago. And this is an event where Great Britain has not lost an international race, as I say, for some 10 or 12 years. It really is that dominant. And that's exactly what Great Britain are doing in this final. They've taken a lead of a second and a half ahead of second place France after 500 metres. Italy a further 2 seconds back. And as these three crews approach the halfway mark, it's Great Britain with a clear water advantage ahead of the rest of the field.
4 con misto PR3, la Gran Bretagna a condurre questa finale, Gran Bretagna che è forte del titolo olimpico, titolo mondiale, titolo continentale in carica, quindi una tradizione incredibile, dominatori incontrastati in questi anni della specialità, cerca in ogni caso la Francia, terza ai recenti campionati europei, come formazione di mantenere il contatto e transita a una lunghezza di distanza alla boa dei 1000 metri. È un po' più attardata la formazione azzurra, Conti Schettino, Foresti, Muti e Grasselli al timone, che cercano comunque di testare il loro percorso per dare informazioni utili a Giovanni Santaniello, capo settore, e a tutto lo staff, per continuare a lavorare in funzione poi del mondiale e delle qualificazioni per le prossime Paralimpiadi.
Well, the athlete with the clearest view of the way ahead is the GB Cox, Erin Kennedy, whose openness about her diagnosis, treatment and indeed recovery from breast cancer over the last 12 months has been one of the most heartwarming stories and has been much admired by the entire rowing community and indeed further afield with its positive health messages for both women and indeed men. So Erin steering her crew to perhaps another gold medal, Niamh?
Certainly looks like it at this stage as they pass the 1400 metre mark. They've kept that speed up throughout the course here, rating at 34 strokes a minute. Then back in that second position now with about 24 metres now between first and second place, it is France. And then back another little bit, it is the crew from Italy. I must point out that Italy, there is a 19-year-old and a 50-year-old in that boat, which is very impressive there. But just passing me out the 1500 metre window, it is Great Britain leading it out, just in so much control here of this race. Again, that speed not letting up at any point in this race. They have been the fastest moving boat out there throughout this whole race. France definitely trying to come back at them, but I'm not sure if there is enough water here for them to get into contention for the gold medal. So with about 350 metres to go, Great Britain still powering it out. They haven't changed their rate one bit here, followed in by France in second place and Italy in third.
Yes, they have opened up that lead, haven't they, quite considerably, and continue to do so. Great Britain heading for gold, and it's France heading for silver ahead of Italy in bronze position.
Una gara definita, una gara delineata, una di quelle gare che non ti tiene col fiato sospeso, perché alla fine la prova è stata scritta per tutto il percorso. La Gran Bretagna addirittura controlla, decisa di non spingere in modo eccessivo senza nemmeno fare la chiusura davanti alla Francia per la terza posizione, invece l'Italia. È così che si va a chiudere questo 4 PR3 mix con una vittoria nettissima per la formazione della Gran Bretagna davanti alla Francia, poi l'Italia.
France are still desperately trying to keep pace, but it's not going to do them much good now. They're running out of water. Great Britain are almost home. They'll take the gold medal in the PR3 mixed Cox 4. Cox towed by Erin Kennedy there. Francesca Ellen first across the line in the bow seat. Great Britain take the gold medal. The silver medal goes to France in lane 3. It's a little bit of distance back to Italy with the bronze. So Great Britain in a new world best time of 6:47.29. Great Britain take the gold. It's silver to France and bronze to Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 4.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione per il 4 senza maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Patrick Rombo, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Executive Director of Elmec Spa,
il direttore esecutivo di Elmec SPA, Vittorio Ballerio.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo,
the United States of America, USA represented by
Stati Uniti d'America, rappresentati da
Michael Grady, Nicholas Mead, Christopher Carlson, Liam Corrigan, winners of the silver medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Australia. Australia represented by
Australia, rappresentata da
Alexander Purnell, Spencer Tarin, Jack Hargreaves, Alexander Hill, winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Oliver Wilkes, David Ambler, Matthew Aldridge, Freddie Davidson, and the current World Cup leaders in the men's 4, Switzerland.
e l'attuale leader della Coppa del Mondo nella specialità del 4 senza è la Svizzera.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the final of the women's quadruple sculls. In lane 1, France, Audrey Feutry, Hélène Lefebvre, Violaine Anrods, Jeanne Roche. Lane 2, Switzerland, Fabienne Schweitzer, Lisa Lutscher, Pascal Walker, Celia Dupré. Lane 3, China 1, Chen Yunxia, Zhang Ling, Liu Yang, and Sui Zhaotong. Lane 4, Great Britain, Lauren Henry, Hannah Scott, Lola Anderson, Georgina Megan Brayshaw. Lane 5, Germany, Sarah Wieberens, Pierre Greiten, Frauke Hounderling, and Tabea Schandekel. And lane 6, Italy.
Valentina Iseppi, Laura Meriano, Veronica Lisi, Stefania Gobbi.
Here we go then, it's the final of the women's quadruple sculls. France, Switzerland, China 1, Great Britain, Germany and Italy. Everyone off to a cracking start.
Una partenza davvero veloce, una partenza che ti incolla alla specialità del 4 di coppia femminile. Ancora 6 formazioni a contendersi l'oro: Francia, Svizzera, Cina con Gran Bretagna, Germania ed Italia. Subito fortissima, fuori dai blocchi la Svizzera insieme alla Cina, ma attenzione alla Gran Bretagna che in questo momento sta cercando di ridurre subito il gap. Non sfuggono nemmeno le azzurre che a 40 colpi al minuto marcano a uomo le avversarie. Valentina Iseppi, Laura Meriano, Veronica Lisi e la capovoga padovana Stefania Gobbi, che in questo momento cerca di tenere in gran controllo la propria formazione per riuscire a trovare il giusto giro. Gran Bretagna all'assalto con la Cina in una gara davvero incisiva, con subito le prime proiezioni che premiano Gran Bretagna e Cina in vetta a questa sfida.
China 1, Switzerland and Great Britain seem to be the early leaders in the around 400-meter mark. All 6 crews pulling together extremely well, looking very neat indeed. Coming down to 500 meters, we'll get the split times for this with People's Republic of China just 0.3 of a second ahead of Great Britain in second. And just behind them, France in third, Switzerland almost alongside, Germany pretty much alongside the Swiss, Italy just a little bit further back, but there's really very little in it over the first 500-600 meters here. Robert, let's throw to you and see what you can make of the early stages of this women's quad sculls final.
Well, we've spoken a lot during this weekend's racing, haven't we, about dominant forces, in particular boat class, and China in the women's quadruple sculls is an absolute case in point. This lineup won the Olympic title on the Sea Forest Waterway in Tokyo 2 years ago. They followed it up with the World Championship gold medal in Račice of the Czech Republic last year. They even managed to pop over to the UK and win the title at Henley Royal Regatta during that to add a little bit of flavour to their success. And they come into this final as the strong favourites, 2 seconds faster than the British boat in the lane to their right in Friday's heats, with Switzerland not far behind. And those 3 crews now vying for success as we move rapidly down to the halfway mark. It's still China by a whisker ahead of Great Britain, but those 2 quads have opened up a further gap. Switzerland falling off the pace just a little.
Prova a fare il vuoto l'equipaggio cinese in questa finale del 4 di coppia femminile. Cina che è campione olimpica e campione del mondo in carica, ma non ci sta la Gran Bretagna all'acqua 4 che non lascia scappare via le asiatiche e cerca di mantenere il contatto. un po' più staccati gli altri equipaggi. Abbiamo in acqua 6 il quadruplo azzurro con Valentina Iseppi, Laura Meriano tornata al carrello numero 2, Veronica Lisi al numero 3 e Stefania Gobbi capovoga, formazione che spesso ci ha sorpreso con un quarto di finale di gara accesissimo, quindi non perdiamo le speranze per un rientro della prua azzurra nei posti che contano.
China and Great Britain with the fastest boat speed on the water. That's allowed them to pull even further ahead of the chasing pack. China at the highest strike rate, 37 strokes a minute. Great Britain at 36. And the positions remain unchanged. Just a little under half a length between these two class crews as they move down into the third quarter. Neve.
The great battle that is going on here is for that bronze medal. At the moment, it is between Germany and Switzerland. Both crews looking so even here now as they come up towards 1,400 meters to go. At the moment, maybe Germany just ever so slightly ahead, but every time they make a push, as are Switzerland here. So they are matching each other's boat speeds here now at the moment. But there is no catching China at the moment, although Great Britain now are the fastest moving boat out there. I can see them making a big push here now into the last quarter of the race. They have it down to 7 meters now between themselves and China, the leaders here, but China definitely have responded to them here. We are seeing Switzerland and Germany still fighting it out here now. Switzerland up to 40 strokes a minute. Germany down at that 38. Both of these crews had incredible finishes yesterday in the semi-final, so I know they both have a bit of a kick yet in them here. But at the moment, it is China leading it out over Great Britain, but this is going to be a great race for bronze, Rob.
We'll keep a close eye on that all the way down to the line. Thank you very much, Neve. Yes, Switzerland still very much in it. Italy and France probably just too far behind now, but the battle is right up front. China won for the gold, Great Britain in silver position. Who will get the bronze?
Chi si prenderà la medaglia di bronzo? Ed ecco che mi passano la palla in quest'ultima frazione con grande attenzione. La Cina lì davanti continua a dominare sui colossi della Gran Bretagna. Per la terza posizione è più bella l'azione all'esterno della Svizzera, che prova a salire a 40 colpi al minuto per tentare il rientro sulla Germania, ma la Cina in solitaria vuole andare a conquistare la vittoria del 4 di coppia.
Oh, they're still going for it. This race isn't over yet by any means. Just coming across the line by a bow deck. It is China 1 from Great Britain who take the silver. Well, that question of who takes bronze still remains, because I couldn't tell. Let's wait for the official result here. But while we do await that, just confirming China 1 have won in a World Cup best time, 6:08.87, and the bronze has gone to Germany. So it's gold to China, silver Great Britain, Germany take bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione per il 4 con PR3 Mix.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Director of World Rowing,
il direttore esecutivo di World Rowing,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
accompagnato da
President of the Federation of Italian Rowing,
il presidente della Federazione Italiana Canottaggio, Giuseppe Bagnale.
winners of the silver medal,
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
France. France, represented by
Francia, rappresentata da
Erika Sauzo, Grégoire Biro, Jérôme Amelin, Margot Boulet, Emily Akistapas, winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Francesca Allen, Gidra Rakauskaita, Morgan Feast-Noyes, Edward Fuller, and Erin Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
So we're up with the men's quad sculls final with Germany in lane 1, Anton Finger, Max Appel, Tim Olonoska and Moritz Wolf. Lane 2, Australia, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, Campbell Watts, Henry Yule and Caleb Antill. In lane 3, Great Britain, Callum Dixon, George Bourne, Matthew Hayward and Tom Barras. Lane 4, Poland, Dominik Shire, Mateusz Biskup, Miroslav Zetaski, Fabian Baranski. Lane 5, Italy.
Niccolò Carucci, Andrea Panizza. Luca Chiumento e il nostro capovoga Giacomo Gentili.
Lane 6, Switzerland, Dominic Condro, Jan Jonah Plock, Nils Schneider, Marin Lange. Men's quad sculls fire out of the starting blocks. Everyone looks to have had a really clean, good start here with Germany, Australia, Great Britain, Poland, Italy and Switzerland.
Ed ora in gara c'è il 4 di coppia maschile, la specialità che attendevamo dall'intera giornata, una specialità che sta particolarmente a cuore all'Italia, una specialità che sta particolarmente a cuore a Rossano Galtarossa, che fu tra i 4 moschettieri protagonisti dell'ultima medaglia d'oro italiana in questa specialità ai Giochi Olimpici di Sydney 2000, e sono gli azzurri lì davanti ancora una volta a dominare. Giacomo Gentili, il nostro capovoga, cerca di frullare benissimo con Luca Chiumento, Andrea Panizza e il prodiere della canottieri Gavirate Niccolò Carucci, che vuole essere gran guerriero in questa specialità. Insomma, gli azzurri si sono fatti attendere, ma ora è il momento di accendere il turbo, di farci sognare insieme a Germania, Australia, che in questo momento provano a rincorrere la lepre azzurra in una grande bagarre che andrà ancora una volta a far perdere il fiato in questa specialità del quadruplo maschile.
Well, in the early stages, it's Italy who just have the lead ahead of the crew in lane 4. That's Poland, the European champion, so keep a close eye on them. Great Britain then in third ahead of Germany, then it's Switzerland and Australia. Not much to separate these, but those front 3 seem to be just moving away from the rest of the pack through 600 meters. Robert, over to you.
What a fantastic start by Italy here. They've gone up by about 2/3 of a length really early in the race. This is a high-risk strategy, one of the slower qualifiers from yesterday's semi-final, where the world and European champions from Poland recorded the fastest time, but Italy looking very strong indeed as they try and move out to a clear advantage here ahead of Poland and Great Britain. Right alongside me is a man who knows all about quad sculls at the highest level. He's got world titles, he's got an Olympic title to his credit. Over you, Rossano.
È partita molto bene la formazione azzurra, tiene alto il numero di colpi Giacomo Gentili lì davanti a capovoga, lo sorreggono il centrobarca Luca Chiumento, Andrea Panizza, e tiene alta la prua il campione italiano del singolo assoluto Niccolò Carucci. Finalmente in una formazione che ha potuto lavorare bene a Bled, abbiamo avuto qualche problema fisico e le formazioni per arrivare alla finale si sono avvicendate, anche con Simone Venier che ha dato un contributo. C'è la Polonia che cerca di rientrare nel quadruplo azzurro, che ai 1000 metri comunque conduce ancora questa finale del 4 di coppia. Finale serratissima, prova anche la Gran Bretagna a rimanere agganciata al duo di testa. Ovviamente un'altra gara al cardiopalmo.
Well, I said it was high-risk strategy. The Italians haven't been let off the hook. They failed to capitalize on that early lead, and the Polish world champions are coming right back at them and have overhauled the Italians for the first time in this final. Great Britain are hanging on grimly in the bronze medal slot, and these 3 quads now moving away by clear water on the rest of the field. Have we decided the medalists already, Niamh?
Great question. I'm not so sure. I think Italy knew they had to do something different here today to get out ahead of Poland. You just hope for their own sake that they didn't go too hard too early. But they are very much staying within just 3 meters there of the leaders, Poland now. They're matching each other's boat speed. Poland are up a little bit quicker at that 39 strokes per minute compared to Italy's 38. And we know Italy can go for it in terms of their stroke rate. So let's see what happens into the last 500 meters of the race. But Great Britain here putting on a super race here. They have it down, and I think as they pass me here at 1500 meters, they are even here with the team from Italy. So now there is 3 boats fighting it out here for the gold. It is Poland and Great Britain who are the faster of the 3 boats. Italy matching them now. With about 400 meters to go, Poland have upped it to 41 strokes per minute. All the 3 now moving at the same speed. It is still Poland holding on, and I do think Great Britain now have gone into that second position over Italy, Rob.
Yeah, it's mighty close. These are the kind of battles that we've come to enjoy here on Lake Varese with these high-quality races. This one in the men's quad sculls is no exception. Poland, Great Britain, Italy. What will separate them?
Che cosa succederà in questi ultimi 250 metri? La Polonia, campione d'Europa in carica, sta cercando di andare ancora una volta a schiacciare gli azzurri, ma gli azzurri col tifo. Giacomo Gentili cambia marcia, guardate come frulla la formazione azzurra che in questo momento prova ad andare a schiacciare i campioni d'Europa in carica con il tifo della Schiranna. Gli azzurri aumentano ancora il numero dei colpi. Nicolò Carucci sorregge benissimo, Andrea Panizza, Luca Chiumento provano a rinvenire, ma è la Polonia a vincere la Coppa del Mondo. Seconda l'Italia, terza piazza la Gran Bretagna.
So Poland take the gold medal. Italy moved up in to take silver, with Great Britain taking bronze. Poland from Italy from Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione 4 di coppia femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Frida Svensson, accompanied by
accompagnata da
Organizing Committee Vice President
il vicepresidente del comitato organizzatore di Varese, Claudio Minazzi.
Winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Germany. Germany represented by
Germania, rappresentata da
Sarah Viberents, Pia Greiten, Frauke Hunderling, Tabea Schendekel, winners of the silver medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Lauren Henry, Hannah Scott, Lola Anderson, Georgina Megan Brayshaw, winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China, represented by
Cina, rappresentata da
Chen Yunxia, Zhang Ling, Liu Yang, Sui Xiaotong, and the current World Cup leaders for the women's quadruple sculls are Switzerland.
e l'attuale leader della Coppa del Mondo è la Svizzera.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
So moving back up to the start, 2,000 meters from our finish tower here. It's the final of the women's 8.
Ed ora inizia lo spettacolo con la finale dell'8 femminile.
Just looking at the big screen, it looks like it's a slight delay to the start of this race as they try and clear some debris out of the water. Just alongside the British boat. So once the service boat has done its job and cleared away, teams can get properly lined up again for this 3-boat women's 8 final. Well, it's Great Britain in lane 1. In the bow seat, Natasha Morris, stroked by Annie Campbell-Ord and coxed by Henry Fieldman. In lane 2, Australia, Lily Alton-Triggs in the bow seat, stroked by Bronwyn Cox and coxed by Hayley Verbunt. And in lane 3, it's Canada with Cassidy Dean in the bow seat. Avalon Wostanese is the stroke. Kristen Kitt cox.
Nella finale dell'8 femminile una splendida lotta a 3. Corsia 1 per la Gran Bretagna, al centro l'Australia in corsia 2. Acqua 3 per il Canada. Queste 3 formazioni sono pronte a contendersi le sole 2 medaglie in palio, perché come da regolamento internazionale il terzo classificato, se le imbarcazioni sono solo 3 in chiave olimpica, non c'è medaglia, perché il terzo di fatto è ultimo classificato sul traguardo. Quindi 3 formazioni in gara, solo oro e argento in palio tra Gran Bretagna, Australia e Canada.
Still the crews just getting settled after the service boat has now departed. First time that the women's 8 has been contested at this World Cup. There weren't any competitors in Zagreb, and just 3 crews here now. Worth keeping an eye on Canada. Finished 3rd at last year's World Rowing Championships and features 4 of their Olympic champions from Tokyo 2020. So, still the crews are making themselves ready up at the start with 2,000 meters to go. Just gold and silver to be awarded in this 3-boat women's 8 race between Great Britain, Australia and Canada. And they are away at long last after that slight delay. Everyone's settled down. They're getting into their rhythm. Great Britain, Australia and Canada heading down this 2,000-meter course.
Ed ecco qua la partenza ufficiale dell'ammiraglia, l'imbarcazione regina, l'imbarcazione che ci piace tanto da raccontare, l'imbarcazione che va a catturare e centrare il cuore anche dei non appassionati di canottaggio. L'Australia lì al centro a fare l'andatura a 43 colpi al minuto, cerca di fuggire via sul bronzo mondiale del Canada con l'Inghilterra che batte un paio di colpi in più per cercare di mantenere alta la velocità, rimanendo sempre in contatto con l'Australia che al momento ha mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio in una gara assolutamente veloce, con l'Australia che vuole andare a prendersi l'oro in questa imbarcazione regina.
Australia just getting their bow ball ahead in the early stages. Great Britain still with the highest stroke rate, but they're around 42. Australia 41. Canada rating at around 38. But it's Australia just from Great Britain and Canada with 400 meters gone.
400 metri archiviati, 1600 ancora da percorrere. Funziona questa nuova formazione australiana con tantissime giovani, under 23 o comunque alla loro prima esperienza. Ricordiamo Jacqueline Switch, classe 2002 per esempio, o Barr, classe 2001, ruotano attorno ad Olimpia e Georgina, classe 1992. Entrambe titolari ai Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo, quindi nuovi innesti, nuova linfa per costruire un'ammiraglia che sicuramente potrebbe diventare una priorità vista la prima parte di gara. Australia, Gran Bretagna, Canada.
Let's see what you make of it from your vantage point at 1,000 meters, Robert.
It's a stunningly fast start from the Australians, isn't it? Turning round what I'd expected to see some dominance from the Canadians. 4 members of that crew survived from the Olympic gold medal crew in Tokyo 2 years ago. But don't forget that many of these athletes in all 3 boats have raced already today in the pairs and the fours finals. So what that will do to their energy reserves remains to be seen. But Australia really capitalising on this lead, leaving Great Britain and Canada to fight it out for silver.
Lago molto veloce, oggi abbiamo visto molti ritocchi sui best time e quindi l'Australia ha pensato di partire subito fortissimo per cercare di fare il vuoto rispetto alle avversarie. Transita in questo momento sulla boa dei 1000 metri con quasi una lunghezza di vantaggio sulla formazione inglese lì all'acqua 1. Ad inseguire il Canada, formazione che ha vincitrice del titolo olimpico a Tokyo, ma chiaramente riveduta rispetto a quella composizione. È l'Australia che sta conducendo con una velocità importante, tra l'altro con un numero di colpi non eccessivo, quindi a mio avviso con un margine di controllo, di miglioramento ancora gestibile.
Great Britain still at 40 strokes a minute, but it's not being translated into extra boat speed against Australia at 38. So the margin of just under 1 length remains between those 2 crews. Great Britain, for their part, have half a length advantage on the Canadians. Well, this is fantastic news for the Australians, who rebuilt their crew around 3 members from last year's 5th place crew at the World Championships, and Australia heading firmly into the 3rd quarter and Neve Hayes.
They certainly are. They're not letting up any of their speed, that is for sure. Great Britain really trying to hold on here, matching their speed. They are a little bit faster in terms of their stroke rate, but Canada now starting to up it now. I know that they're looking around, they can see that they have a little bit of work to do if they want to get into the medal contention. Of course, there's only gold and silver available in this 3-boat race. As it stands, all boats now moving at the same speed as they go through the 500-meter mark. It is still Australia still powering it out. They are going for it here ahead of Great Britain, who are still sitting in that 2nd spot. They're after dropping back a tiny little bit on their speed here now. They're still up at that 40, actually going up to 41 strokes per minute now. So they are trying to break down the lead that Australia have, but I'm really not sure if they'll have enough water here. There is about 350 meters to go here. Canada really going for it here now. They've increased the speed. They're now fastest boat out there, but let's see if they have enough water here, Rob.
Yes, let's indeed. Great Britain are in there with a shout. Of course they are, but it's Australia who are out in front. Canada outside the medal spots, as there's only gold and silver here. So it's a real tussle here for the gold medal between Great Britain and Australia.
Una gara terrifica, una gara che ancora una volta va a coronare questi protagonisti australiani. Vedete, vanno addirittura a battere il Canada con metà imbarcazione d'oro ai Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo. Ed ecco l'Australia che in queste ultime palate allunga ancora il margine di vantaggio. Si sente il profumo della medaglia del metallo più prezioso. Ed ecco quindi l'Australia la vittoria davanti a Canada e Gran Bretagna.
Australia are going to take the gold medal. They'll take it by about half a length. Canada moving up alongside Great Britain, but Great Britain just taking the silver. It's a gold to Australia, silver to Great Britain. The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione, 4 di coppia maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo,
Patrick Rombo, accompanied by
accompagnato da
President of the International Committee for the Mediterranean Games,
il presidente del comitato internazionale dei Giochi del Mediterraneo, Davide Tizzano.
winners of the bronze medal,
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo,
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna, rappresentata da
Callum Dixon, George Bourne, Matthew Hayward, Tom Barras, winners of the silver medal,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento,
Italy. Italy represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Nicolò Carucci, Andrea Panizza, Luca Chiumento, e Giacomo Gentili.
Winners of the gold medal,
Vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Poland. Poland represented by
Polonia, rappresentata da
Dominik Chaya, Mateusz Biskup, Miroslav Wzitaski, Fabian Baranski, and the current World Cup leaders in the men's quad sculls are Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
We now have the final of the men's single sculls.
Ed ora abbiamo un'altra grande finale da andare a seguire tutti insieme. È la finale del singolo maschile.
We're seeing now in lane 2 for France, Théophile Onfroy. He's alongside his brother in lane 1, Valentin Onfroy. In lane 3 for Germany, it's Oliver Zeidler. In lane 4, representing Denmark, Sverre Nielsen. In lane 5, representing Japan, Ryuta Arakawa. And in lane 6, representing Belgium, Tim Brees.
Diamo ancora uno sguardo alle corsie. Francia in acqua 1 e 2 con 2 fratelli. In acqua 3 la Germania, in acqua 4 la Danimarca, in acqua 5 il Giappone, in acqua 6 il Belgio.
And they're underway in the final of the men's single sculls. I'm sure many eyes will be on lane 3 where Germany won. Oliver Zeidler is the winner of World Rowing Cup 1 in Zagreb. But also there'll be some very interested eyes on the lanes 1 and 2. The Onfroy brothers, Valentin and Théophile, just to see how their little family competition goes here. Early stages though all the way in this men's single sculls A final.
La finale che porta in voga le famiglie, la volevo intitolare così questa grande corsa perché da un lato ci sono due fratelli francesi in corsia 1 e 2, meno di un anno di differenza, ma al centro della scena c'è Oliver Zeidler, il gran talento della Germania, una famiglia di grandi sportivi, il nonno quarto ai giochi olimpici, il papà allenatore, lui che dal nuoto è passato al canottaggio perché proprio col canottaggio vuole andare a prendersi una medaglia ai Giochi di Parigi e lo sta facendo a suon di vittorie. Lo scorso anno la vittoria del titolo mondiale in singolo, oggi una partenza esplosiva a Varese per continuare la scia d'oro verso la qualificazione in programma a Belgrado tra il 4 e il 10 di settembre. Mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio per il talento della Germania che in questo momento conduce su Sverre Nielsen della Danimarca, classe 1993, per la terza posizione invece ancora la Francia che potrebbe rientrare. Quindi Germania, Danimarca, c'è il Giappone, poi il Belgio al passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
Oliver Zeidler of Germany already making something of a lead here ahead of Sverre Nielsen of Denmark, but he's not going to let Zeidler out of his sights. You can be absolutely sure of that. Ryota Arakawa of Japan back in third ahead of Tim Breese. Then it's the Onfroy brothers in fifth and sixth. So Zeidler Nielsen leading the way now down through 500 meters. Robert, let's get your picture from 1,000 meters.
Well, believe it or not, Zeidler has only just dropped his rate below 40 strokes a minute after 500 meters. Next time you're on the ergometer, you try and push out 500 meters at 40 strokes a minute. It'll be feeling painful, but Zeidler has maintained a one-length lead over his arch rival, Sverre Nielsen, in the lane immediately to his right. They finished third and fourth, respectively, 3 weeks ago at the Europeans. And Zeidler, who is reputed to only be favourable to smooth water, he should be pleased with the conditions here on the lake in Varese, because conditions absolutely perfect as we approach the halfway mark. Germany leading Denmark.
Oliver Zeidler sta conducendo magistralmente questa finale del singolo senior, tallonato da vicino da Sverre Nielsen, l'atleta danese, quasi a ripetere il podio di Zagreb, la prima prova di Coppa del Mondo. Grande velocità da parte del singolista tedesco che con le leve che ha si permette pure di non sfruttare tutta la lunghezza delle sue gambe, diremmo quasi 3/4 di carrello, ma è molto veloce il suo singolo. Tenta il tutto per tutto Sverre Nielsen l'acqua 4 per cercare di non far scappare l'avversario, rimane agganciato, rimane con la prua all'interno dello scafo di Oliver Zeidler. Questi sono i primi due atleti a condurre questa finale del singolo. Per il terzo posto in questo momento il Giappone.
Yesterday's semi-final, Zeidler won his semi, Nielsen won the other, and the times from those races exactly reflected in the positions at halfway mark, where Zeidler leads Nielsen. Arakawa, the Japanese sculler, done fantastically well, sitting here in a confident bronze medal slot, well clear. He's got clear water advantage ahead of Tim Breese of Belgium. Meanwhile, the French selection battle over on the far side between the Onfroy brothers, disappointment lying fifth and sixth. Zeidler leading his way down to you, Niamh.
He is indeed, and we're seeing Sverre Nielsen really trying to come back into this gold medal race here. He's upped his speed ever so slightly here as they come up towards 1,400 metres. There's 600 metres left to go in this race, and he knows he's going to have to start making his move shortly if he's going to come into contention for that gold medal. But Zeidler has responded here, keeping the rate at 38, but the speed has gone up here. He's just trying to push away now, ever so slightly ahead of Nielsen here at this stage of the race. Then in that bronze medal position, it is Arakawa of Japan, looking nice and strong. I commented on the finish of his strokes yesterday. It's exactly the same here today, and he is just pulling away here from the rest of the field. But up the top of the field, it is Zeidler here who is just pushing on but Sverre Nielsen really just doing all he can here now. He is rating that little bit lower. His speed is that little bit higher than Zeidler here now at this stage. He has it down to a length here now again with about 250 meters to go. Let's see if he can catch him, Rob.
I don't think Oliver Zeidler's going to have anything like that happening here. He looks like he's in total control. He can just handle everything the way he wants to, but Sverre Nielsen is going to keep the pressure on all the way down to the line. And Arakawa still doing well in that bronze medal position.
Ed è così che in chiusura si chiude la storia con Oliver Zeidler che addirittura vuole la luce tra queste due formazioni davanti all'atleta della Danimarca. Ancora la Germania ad inscenare una grande volata, la volata più bella. È bella l'azione di Oliver Zeidler che trova ancora una volta non solo il giusto giro ma anche una palata corta e prepotente in quest'ultima frazione. Rincorre anche il record del mondo e quindi Germania-Danimarca per le prime due posizioni.
Zeidler heading down to the line. Look how strong as he looks as he powers his way across the line to take the gold medal by 3/4 of a length ahead of an accelerating Sverre Nielsen of Denmark. It's the gold to Zeidler. Nielsen takes the gold and the bronze goes to Arakawa of Japan, who has held that position throughout the race. Terrific showing from him. So it's gold to Germany, silver Denmark, bronze Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 8.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione 8 femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Director of World Rowing,
il direttore esecutivo di World Rowing,
Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by
accompagnato da
President of FIC Lombardia,
il presidente del comitato Lombardia della Federcanottaggio, Leonardo Binda.
winners of the silver medal,
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Natasha Morris, Rowan McKellar, Lauren Irwin, Karen Bennett, Esme Booth, Emily Ford, Harriet Taylor, Annie Campbell-Ord. And Henry Fieldman. Winners of the gold medal and current World Rowing Cup leaders.
Vincitori della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Australia! Australia represented by
Australia, rappresentata da
Lily Alton Triggs, Paige Barr, Georgie Gleeson, Olympia Aldersey, Georgina Rowe, Jacqueline Swick, Molly Goodman, Bronwyn Cox, Hayley Verbunt, Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Moving up to the start, it's the final of the women's single sculls.
Siamo ora con l'ultima finale, la penultima finale, l'ultima al femminile, quella del singolo femminile.
In lane 1, the Czech Republic, Anna Stantuckova. In lane 2, Australia 1, Tara Rigney. In lane 3, China 1, Yi Ruiki. Lane 4, the USA, Kara Kola. Lane 5, Germany 1, Alexandra Förster. And lane 6, Azerbaijan, Diana Dimchenko.
Diamo uno sguardo alle corsie di questo singolo femminile. Repubblica Ceca in acqua 1, Australia in acqua 2, Cina in acqua 3, Stati Uniti d'America in acqua 4, Germania in acqua 5, Azerbaijan in acqua 6.
Underway then in the women's single sculls, and one question many people might be asking is, where is Virginia Diaz-Rivas? She won the World Rowing Cup 1, albeit with a photo finish, but hasn't made it through to this final, so others will be looking to take advantage here, not least Kara Kola of the USA in lane 4, and we've got some fantastic competitors here. Alexandra Förster of Germany also looking to make the most of the absence of Diaz-Rivas, and Tara Rigney, Australia 1. She'll be a strong contender here too.
30 secondi ormai archiviati, quasi 6 minuti e mezzo ancora da coprire per arrivare al traguardo nel singolo femminile. Il singolo maschile è stato vinto dal grande talento della Germania. Riuscirà la Germania a far doppietta anche nel singolo femminile? Alexandra Förster sicuramente ha tutte le carte in regola, non solo per le prove registrate durante le qualificazioni, ma anche per l'età che gioca dalla sua parte. 21enne, nata il 13 di gennaio del 2002, si trova da assoluta protagonista in chiave olimpica, colei che di fatto sta rincorrendo la qualificazione, ma il sogno è sicuramente molto più grande. Quindi al comando i colori della Germania, che se la vedono in questa parte del percorso insieme ancora alla Cina, agli Stati Uniti, l'Australia, con Tara Rigney, che ricordiamo lo scorso anno fu medaglia di bronzo al campionato del mondo, quindi un'altra atleta sicuramente da tenere sotto controllo. Passaggio ai 500 metri.
Well, it's the Australian athlete in lane 2, Tara Rigney, who's just holding on to a slight lead in these early stages. Germany's Alexandra Förster is keeping right with her, though. This is going to be very tight up at the front. There's some great competitors here. Förster won't want to let the Australian out of her sights, but the Australian pulling away just a little bit now as we reach 600 metres. Let's hand over to Robert Trahan-Jones.
Yes, Tara Rigney has really stolen a march on the athletes in the centre lanes. The newcomer from China, Liu, in lane 3, just 0.4 of a second slower than Kara Kola of the USA, who won the other semi-final yesterday. So the margin's so tight. But what about this fantastic young athlete, Alexandra Förster, double under 23 world champion. She was junior world champion before that. She's still only 21 years of age, and here she is mixing it with athletes 10 years her senior and standing up well to the competition here. Still, it's Rigney hanging on to the lead, just narrowly ahead of Förster. Kola for the USA in third position, ahead of Liu of China.
Molto buona l'azione di Tara Rigney, la singolista australiana, terza lo scorso anno ai mondiali nella specialità, prova a fare il vuoto con il gruppo ma non ci sta Alexandra Förster, la giovane tedesca che all'acqua 5 cerca di rimanere incollata alla ragazza australiana. È partita con una leggera incertezza al semaforo verde Kara Kola, Stati Uniti, non ai Giochi Olimpici, ma lungo il percorso di questi primi 1000 metri è riuscita a recuperare e a rimettere la sua prua in mezzo alle due avversarie che stanno facendo da battistrada in questo momento.
Förster just sitting a third of a length behind Rigney at the halfway mark. Förster in turn with half a length on Kola, who in turn has a similar margin on Liu, and those four athletes are drawing further and further away from Sandrutskova for the Czech Republic over on the far side, and Diana Dimchenko of Azerbaijan on the grandstand side. Still, it's Tara Rigney making all the running into the third quarter, down to 1500.
She certainly is making her mark early on in this race. We saw she was very strong in her semi-final there yesterday, but it was her last 500, in fact, where she really impressed me anyway. So let's see what magic she can do now as she comes towards the last 700 meters or so in this race. She is cruising here now, perfect conditions on Varese Lake here now. But it is Alexandra Fuster there now who is going along really well, but the highest speed out there now is Cara Collar of USA. She is the fastest moving boat. She's currently in third, but she is making her way up through the field here now. She is about to do something special here now. I think she might be just about to pass out Fuster of Germany now as they come up to the 1400 meter mark. This is incredible stuff here by USA. Tara Rigney of Australia just hanging on to that lead by about 2 meters here. This is absolutely amazing stuff. Fuster there responding to Collar's challenge of USA there, but there is nothing between them. I'm looking out my window. I'll try to call it as they go through that 1500 meter mark. It is still Tara Rigney of Australia just hanging in there, but this is such an amazing race. You're in for a treat because they're coming down for you. It is Alexandra Fuster now who is putting on a burst. She is up at the fastest speed here now across the boats, but as I say that, Cara Collar of USA now responding as well. This is absolutely amazing. They're at both the same stroke rate here. The speed is exactly the same, but this is amazing. Tara Rigney was in control, but I'm not sure for how long more, because both of these scullers from USA and Germany are certainly coming for her, Rob.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how this one's going to turn out. It really is, to see Tara Rigney still up in front. She's been in the lead all the way down, but are the likes of Kohler and Förster going to let her stay in that position?
Ancora una gara contesa fino all'ultimo centimetro. Se da un lato parlavamo del grande vantaggio dell'Australia, all'interno ovviamente non poteva passare inosservata la Germania. L'avevamo detto fin dalle prime palate, un grande talento, classe 2002, Alexandra Fuster, che sta cercando ancora di eguagliare Oliver Zeidler per essere la migliore nella specialità del singolo. Australia all'esterno che cerca di saltare come un canguro qui sul campo di regata di Varese, quindi Australia-Germania per le prime due posizioni, poi ancora l'assalto deciso gli Stati Uniti d'America che tentano ancora il colpo grosso per una medaglia. Germania, poi tutti gli altri.
It looks like Alexandra Förster has timed this to perfection here in lane 5. She's going to take this. She takes it by 3/4 of a length ahead of Australia's Tara Rigney, and the bronze medal goes to Cara Collar of the USA in lane 4. What a phenomenal race in this final of the women's single sculls. Tara Rigney leading all the way until Alexandra Förster decided, no, I'm going to take control. She got there. Förster takes gold for Germany. Rigney takes silver for Australia. Kohler takes bronze for the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's single sculls.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione singolo maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
the President of World Rowing,
il presidente di World Rowing,
Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Vice President of the Italian Federation,
il vicepresidente della Federazione Italiana Canottaggio, Michelangelo Crispi,
winner of the bronze medal,
vincitore della medaglia di bronzo
representing Japan,
dal Giappone,
Ryuta Arakawa. Winner of the silver medal, representing Denmark,
vincitore della medaglia d'argento in rappresentanza della Danimarca,
Sverre Nielsen. Winner of the gold medal and current World Rowing Cup leader representing Germany,
vincitore della medaglia d'oro ed attuale leader della Coppa del Mondo in rappresentanza della Germania,
Oliver Zeidler. Let's hear it for our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final race of this World Rowing Cup 2 from Varese is the men's 8. And in lane 1, it's the Czech Republic, Matus Dočekal in the bow seat, Jan Chlebovsky at stroke and Barbara Zelenkova at cox. In lane 2, Great Britain, William Stewart in the bow seat, Tom Ford at stroke, Harry Brightmore cox. In lane 3, Canada, William Crothers in the bow, Jakub Buczek at stroke, and Laura Court, cox. Lane 4, Germany, Benedikt Egeling at bow, Matas Schönherr, stroke, Jonas Wiesen, cox. Lane 5, Australia. Joshua Hicks in the bow. Jackson Kench at stroke. Kendall Brody, Cox. And in lane 6, it's our hosts, Italy.
Con il capovoga Vincenzo Abbagnale e il timoniere Emanuele Capponi.
So the heartbeats will be thumping throughout here. The final race of World Rowing Cup 2 about to get underway, and here they go in the men's 8. Czech Republic, Great Britain, Canada, Germany, Australia and Italy.
E ci siamo davvero, Schieranna, Varese, Italia, andiamo a volare con l'ammiraglia maschile, l'ultima regata del nostro programma odierno che tira il sipario sulla seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Lotto maschile, Repubblica Ceca con Gran Bretagna, Canada, Germania, Australia e Italia sono le nazioni che di fatto oggi si contendono le medaglie pesanti con l'ammiraglia maschile che vede al centro della scena ancora una volta il Canada insieme alla Gran Bretagna e alla Germania che stanno provando a volare via davanti a tutte le altre formazioni, con gli azzurri lì in gran contatto, in gran controllo, ci accarezzano nuovamente perché vogliono regalare una medaglia in chiusura di giornata.
Great Britain just out in front in the early stages here. Canada with them, as indeed are Germany. You wouldn't expect anything else from that. Italy also in the mix in the front competitors here, but it's Great Britain through the 500-meter mark first, 0.94 seconds ahead of Canada. Italy a little bit further back, almost alongside Germany now, with Australia and the Czech Republic coming up to 600 meters. Let's join Robert Trahan-Jones.
Great Britain very much the crew to beat in the final of the men's 8. They go into this event as the world and European title holders, and indeed in the preliminary race just a couple of days ago they recorded the fastest time of these 6 crews on the water. The Italians got off to a cracking start on the grandstand side in lane 6. They got their nose in front very briefly. They were the first to drop their rate below 40, but it was Great Britain who then began to overhaul them, and as the second quarter proceeds, Great Britain drawing further ahead of Canada in second place, and Germany now hanging on in third and desperately trying to break clear of Australia, Italy and the Czech Republic.
Partita velocissima, la Gran Bretagna, campione del mondo in carica e campione europea, per un battito di ciglia sull'equipaggio rumeno a Bled. Adesso vuole cercare di scappar via, prova a tenere l'andatura il Canada lì di fianco. Molto buona la partenza dell'equipaggio azzurro, Vincenzo Abbagnale a capovoga, Gennaro Di Mauro il singolista delle Olimpiadi di Tokyo, adesso ritornato dagli States e messo a disposizione dalla nazionale. Simone Veniera, il veterano della barca azzurra, ma direi il veterano anche di tutta questa finale. Stanno cercando di fare il massimo per rimanere agganciati ai battistrada. Sono passati in terza posizione alla boa dei primi 500 metri, poi la Germania ha cominciato a mettere un pochino la prua avanti, ma sono ancora lì agganciati.
Just 3.5 seconds separating all 5 crews at the head of the field. That's just over 1 boat length. Only the Czech under 23.8 over on the far side is out of contention. But it's Great Britain looking to extend their lead. Canada hanging on grimly in the silver medal slot. This is a good performance from Canada. It's the first time we've seen them on the European circuit since they finished in the World Championship final down in 5th last year. So a good start to their account here in Varese, but it's Great Britain heading on down to 1500 Neve.
What a sight out my window here. The final race of the day. Great Britain going for it here. They're still in the lead. The big race here, though, is for the bronze medal. At the moment, it is between Germany, Australia and Italy. Nothing separating these crews here now as they pass the 1500-metre mark. Great Britain just looking ferocious. They are attacking this race. They are going for it. Canada still holding on to that silver position at the moment, but the Germans and the Australians are, after increasing their speed, in fact the Australians are by far the fastest boat out here at the moment. So while it is Great Britain in the gold position, Canada in silver, Australia really are the ones to watch here now, because they are coming, and I think they might be just about to slip into that silver position in the next 200 metres or so, Rob.
That's thrilling stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Australia could well cause some problems here, certainly for the Canadians. Can they cause problems, though, for Great Britain, who are leading the way down to the finish line here?
Una grande Australia, questa tappa di Coppa del Mondo, partiti in retrovia al quinto posto, palata su palata, hanno costruito la grande progressione per andare a conquistare una medaglia pesantissima. La Gran Bretagna non vuole sentire ragioni, la Germania è seconda con l'Australia per l'argento e il bronzo, la Gran Bretagna all'esterno, ma l'Australia vola verso l'argento.
It's absolutely thrilling finish further back, but out in front, taking the gold medal, it's Great Britain by a length from silver place Australia. They've come through, a magnificent race from them to take the silver, and Germany, I think, have just got in with the bronze. We'll just double check that, because that means that Canada have fallen back somewhat, but the gold goes to Great Britain. Australia takes silver and Germany bronze in the men's 8. Gold. The victory ceremony for the women's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione. Singolo femminile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
Executive Committee Member
il membro del comitato esecutivo
Frida Svensson, accompanied by
accompagnata da
Councillor of the Sports of Varese,
l'assessore allo sport del comune di Varese, Stefano Malerba.
winner of the bronze medal representing the United States of America,
Vincitrice della medaglia di bronzo in rappresentanza degli Stati Uniti d'America,
Kara Kola. Winner of the silver medal, representing Australia,
Vincitrice della medaglia d'argento. In rappresentanza dell'Australia,
Tara Regni. Winner of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leader representing Germany,
vincitrice della medaglia d'oro ed attuale leader della Coppa del Mondo in rappresentanza della Germania,
Alexandra Förster. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Do you want a little announcement to remind people that there's another medal ceremony to come? And ladies and gentlemen, just remember we've still one last medal ceremony to come in the men's 8, so please do make sure you stick around for that.
Siamo arrivati al termine del nostro programma con l'ultima premiazione che archivierà questa seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Continuate a rimanere con noi perché a brevissimo avremo la grande festa del lotto maschile, l'ultima premiazione coi saluti conclusivi. Pochi attimi e poi andremo in premiazione.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 8.
Signore e signori, cerimonia di premiazione 8 maschile.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno presentate da
President of World Rowing,
il presidente di World Rowing,
Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by
accompagnato da
Organizing Committee General Manager
il direttore generale del comitato organizzatore Pierpaolo Frattini.
Max John, Matthias Schöner, Jonas Wiesen, winners of the silver medal.
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Australia! Australia represented by
Australia rappresentata da
Joshua Hicks, Patrick Holt, Timothy Masters, James Daniel Robertson, Simon Keenan, Benjamin Canham, Angus Widdicombe, Jackson Kench, Kendall Brody, winners of the gold medal and the current World Rowing Cup leaders.
vincitori della medaglia d'oro ed attuali leader della Coppa del Mondo.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
William Stewart, Morgan Boulding, Jacob Dawson. Sholto Carnegie. Rory Gibbs. Thomas Digby. James Rudkin. Tom Ford. And Harry Brightmore. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our medalists.
Signore e signori, applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.